Whoa! You guys are here early. Shit. Don't you even think about trying to be taking my gold in this game. Alright? Unless of course you're a moderator or channel member, you know? We might be infinite gold today, but we've only got a little bit. We've only got a limited amount to give away. Alright? What's up, Pone Tom, Benkai, Junior Base, Kyle, Joby. Jesus, that's the second day in a row, man. You've just reminded Primo that he's number 2. It's wild. It's crazy, man. Look, in case you guys didn't know, there's something real special going on today, man. Let's, I hate to show off all the riches over here. Okay, I know we usually go to the next level with these things, but there's no need to be too flashy. Let's go into a more modest area, shall we? You guys weren't supposed to see all this gold built up so friggin' early, man. You guys are early. All right, we've got it all cleaned up. We got some for the VIPs, and for the moderators. We've got a special seat at the table today. Come on in, grab a seat. And get ready, man, because we're about to jam. In case you didn't know, there's a pretty special event going on. Pretty special event today, man. I wasn't gonna do this. I'm not honestly. Anyone who watches the streams on Twitch knows that every once in a while we just kind of do this anyway, all throughout the year. But today's a special day, man. We can't just forget about it. What's up, Corey? Hey, good to see you, man. Glad you're liking the content. Pone Tom, the man, the myth. With a name like Pone, dude, you know this guy's an OG. But it is indeed a special day. It is the 50% off the vendor prices for the 22 Nights of Terror. So it's gonna be nuts. And holy shit!
Going to need to dress up as gold dust for a stream like this.
Oh man, Kyle, my guy, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Right off the rip, man, with 7 Canadian coins. Save up, you ain't gotta do that, man. We're gonna make plenty of coins, okay? I'm not sure if they're gonna go to the right place, but they're gonna go right to a vendor today. They're gonna get gambled away. Some would say that's the wrong place. I would say there's nothing better. But you know what? We're gonna throw those right in the pile. Kyle, in all seriousness, thanks so much, brother. Big cheers to you. Welcome, guys. Let's get in there. Let's check this out. It's certainly going to be a very, very special day, filled with hopefully good items. But look, if you came here and you're like, man, this is where all the godly items are going to be kept. I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't want you to. First of all, BattleNet has an F Cooley button, and they press it all the time. Our luck is going to be trash. But even when we do get good stuff on this channel, I would like to consider us somewhat of Diablo 2 elitists, right? So like, it takes something real good for us to like even think about getting excited. Okay, it's going to be a time to chill with the boys. And by the way, speaking of chilling with the boys, make sure your UPS is working today. Jamblin', baby. Big cheers. Leroy Sunset, member for 10 months. My dude, big cheers to this guy. Holy shit. Much appreciated, brother. So good to see you. On both channels, too, and Twitch. This guy's just savage. This guy's... Leroy, if you need some gold today, you know where it's at. I'm gonna post the game names in the VIP of the Discord, where people can go. Please don't troll, though. Anyone who knows the trick knows it's easy to troll this. If you troll it, it's just like shut down for everybody. So don't do that, all right? Just don't keep the fuckery to a minimal. Okay? Let's get in there and deliver the digital decoin violence. Oh, hell yeah. Master Otis, what's up, man? Hey, good to see you, brother. Good to see you and happy Friday. All right, yeah, as you can see right here, it's Black Friday sales. It's no longer Black Friday. They just got so lazy on this. They didn't rename it. Black Friday was like last month. It was a long ass time ago. First on DFC champ and first 2 times on DFC champ is here. You're damn straight, man. Muchez, what's up? Big cheers to you. This guy, we didn't get to see it last night on the Cooley Live channel because we lost power in my neck of the woods. Unfortunately, man, it's really too bad. That fight was sick. We did some D2 PvP on the Cooley Live channel last night, and damn, that fight was off to a good start. I think Dazer got the first round, I want to say, and then Muchez just cleaned house, man. Like, that's when the power cut out, and boom, like, Muchez just sweeps him up, dude. Zan v Zan violence, the first 2-time Zan champ. Undisputed top Zan in the entire world is here in the chat. Big cheers to this guy. Big cheers, man. Oh, I got first. Dazer got 4th. Oh, no shit, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, that was crazy. All I know, man, is it's such an epic fight. It's like, it's one of those fights where, like, you see everything, dude. You see everything from, like, walk down, shoot strategies to, like, aiming with the jabs to straight up melee matches in the middle of everything going on. It's so epic, dude. So epic. But yeah, it was really good. It was really good. All right, so in the Discord, I'm gonna drop this in to the mods. All right, so for mods, free gold game is that, and for the VIPs, it's gonna be this. Don't spend it all in one place. Don't spend it all in one place. All right, that being the case, I'm gonna go into the mod one. Hello from a first-time watcher. I like your videos. Yet to see a live stream until now, dude. We don't stream on the live on the main channel very often. It takes a special circumstance, and I figured today is probably one of those, man. As you can see, we've got Bill. We pay this guy like, he's getting expensive, really, man. We pay this guy 15 forum gold a month. A week now? You want 15 a week? All right, well, we can't have him stopping, so I mean, I guess it's 15 a week. Pretty expensive, man, and honestly, this guy usually makes out better than we do. Because, as I said, we're kind of Diablo 2 elitists up in here, and if we don't find the godlies, we are legit gonna sell them right back to the vendor, man. We're gonna Charcy this shit. Yeah, it's... I mean, you might even see some 230-20s that just get sold right back. So it's more about coming in, chilling with the boys, having a good time, and enjoying the 22 Nights of Terror. And yeah, Bill, I guess the reason we need to pay him 15 a week now is because he hired some help. I don't know how much he's paying them, but that's... Regardless, this guy's getting expensive, and now there's 2 games up. And for channel members, this can all be yours, all right? 31.173k stacks, all right? Or it's, I don't want you to feel like you have to, though, because this is easy enough to do. And I'll kind of show you if you want to do this on your own without someone feeding you. I'll show you a couple tricks right off the rip, alright? Like, there's a couple of things you're going to want to look for. I would highly suggest gambling on amulets, okay? And there's a few certain mods that you're going to want to hit. And if you go into trade, right, you're basically looking, in a very general sense, for items that sell for very close to 35,000. It almost doesn't really matter what the item is. As long as it sells for very close to 35,000 gold without actually reaching 35,000 gold. And the reason for that is because when it goes over 35,000 gold, you don't really know how much the actual sale number is. Ideally, it would be exactly 35,000, but I think that's impossible in game. So you want it to be as close as possible, so that way you're not really losing any profits, but as close as possible to 35k. And then you're just going to keep those amulets. So, like, to get you started, you could keep ones like this, like 27k, that's pretty close, right? Like 28k, that's pretty close. You're just going to keep those. 24k, that's pretty close. You know, you've got all of these, though. These are pretty much garbage. 35k is cool, but again, you don't want 35k because this probably sells for over that. And to keep a long story short, you don't exactly know how much profit you're losing, but you are losing some profit doing that. And if it gets up too high, you actually won't make money. But yeah, then we're just gonna, whoops, oh shit, never mind, hold on, I sold these in the wrong spot. Hold on, I need to go back to gamble. These need to be sold in gamble. Hold on, we want to clear this area up. My bad. Want to clear this area up because the actual trade part of the vendor is going to be reserved for our godly amulets, right? Or for the ones that are pretty close. They certainly want to be over 22k. I need to go get a Geeds for this. I should be using a Geeds. You don't technically need one, but I certainly should be using one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you want to certainly find one that sells for more than you bought it for, but theoretically as close to 35k is, like, this is a perfect one. Look at this, 33.7k is what that sells for. It's a beautiful one, right? So again, this might be too much. This is actually a pretty friggin' sick LLD amulet, all right off the rip, but you know, not sick enough. Okay, so all right, no, we probably will keep that. Just because you never know what's going to be in the highlights. It could be trash. But for now, this is a perfect one, 34.3k. It's exactly what we want, right? All right, this should be enough theoretically. You don't really need a lot, but the mo the better. All right, so I'm gonna go get a Geeds. Yeah, I would say Tresh. It really needs like mana. If it had mana, God, this would be godly if it had mana. But it doesn't, so it ain't. I would also highly suggest building a wall. All right, building a wall right there. I'm gonna keep this right in the inventory as something that was close, and that way you don't accidentally Charcy your Geeds. Build yourself a wall. All right, and then we're gonna go into trade over here, and we're just gonna sell these, right? And then you notice that they all sold for close to 34k, but you're buying them back for a lot cheaper. This'll net you like sometimes upwards of like 20 plus k gold per sale. So this is why I suggest doing amulets. They're pretty easy. If you happen to leave the act and you lose stuff, it's not a huge investment, so you don't really want to sell like runes here. But also, I don't think runes net you as much profit unless there's one that sells close to 35k without going over. Like, a lot of people sell runes, but you really don't need to. And then, as you can see, we're cranking out some pretty good stacks here, right? Like, pretty decent. That's how you do it. So, but just know, like I said, you don't have to be a channel member to gain the perks. All right, it's pretty easy to do today. So the point is, come on in, chill. Let's just have a good time. That's what I say. Yeah, you probably should. Yeah, the only reason I'm going in Act 1 is because Bill is set up in on a Kara. Because yeah, that's a good point, because there's different prices at different vendors. Like Geed upsells you and Charcy downsells you. So yeah, but Bill's set up at a Kara just because it's better profits. So I just stay in Act 1 because it's easier. But yeah, that's correct. You should probably do it at literally any other gamble vendor besides Geed. You just gambled Enigma? Holy cow, man! All right, well we got to catch up. All right. Well, let's see. We're gonna start with circlets. We might get bored of the circlets and go on to something else. You never know where we're gonna be in these great days of gambling. But you do know that whatever it is, we're gonna spend gold. That's all we can guarantee, man. Oh hell yeah!
This is yours.
What, he says, this is yours? Oh, look at that. Oh, shit. Thanks, Primo. Primo's got a grinding stiletto here for us. That's dope, dude. Thanks, brother. I think, hell yeah. I think there was one that probably needed that in one of these games, actually. I've only gossiped with Geed. He actually has some of the best lines in the game, man. Guy's a savage. All right, let's start things off. Now this is pro tip, all right? I'm about to give you guys a pro tip if you're doing this, all right? That's what you get for watching the Cooley stream from someone who does this year round, okay? Like, we don't just wait for the free gamble vendor day. We do this shit a lot. And we've noticed some things, okay? There's certain things you want to pay attention to, and it does take a little bit of time to realize them, okay? But you're going to want to keep an eye on the things that are spawning on whatever item you're gambling, right? Like, let's say you wanted to find a helm with, like, you know, you want to find like a 2 to skills 20 cast helm, right? Well, before you ever rip that randomly off a vendor, you're going to get a lot of hints as to whether or not you're on a good seed to even get that, right? You're going to see abilities either start rolling perfectly or start rolling like shit. You're gonna see those abilities spawn on rares, right? Like on the rares that you get. And in case you haven't heard from one of our videos or from GGM, seeds, game seeds, have a lot to do with your luck, right? With your quote-unquote luck. So if you start gambling a lot of rares and you're not seeing like 2 to skills 20 cast, and you gamble for like 10 or 20 minutes, and you really haven't even seen a lot of them that have +2 to skills on a rare, or like 2 skills 20 cast, they just seem to be rolling like completely off. You know, they're not even close. Go to a different game. That ensures that your game seed gets changed, and you'll basically just get a different random roll on these things that might be more suited towards what you're looking for. So even if you can't tell, it's probably good practice for true random to just go join another game just every once in a while. Right? Like, so far I've noticed on this seed we haven't ripped any 220s. We've barely seen 20 cast on any rare helm. So like, that's just sort of something I'm taking note of right now. We still, I mean, it takes a lot. It's like the law of large numbers, right? Like, you got to kind of mentally collect a lot of data. But right now, I'm under the initial impression that this seed is trash. I haven't really seen a lot of like perfect magic mods roll on these things, and I haven't really seen the right mods roll on rares. So this may be something, this may be a seed that I eventually swap. Yeah, that's exactly what it is though, Master Otis. Love your content and wanted to send some love. Hope you have a blessed day and a happy new year. Slick Styles, man, big cheers to you. That was very nice to say, man. I appreciate that. Big cheers. This guy, what a savage, man. Glad you're liking the content. We try to try to do good stuff around here. My game has a decent 2-socket seed if you want to join. I'm not gambling for skill or circs, so happy to give the same. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, and another good point. Like, so if you're looking for 2 sockets, which is secretly the thing I'm looking for, right? Like, I might have said 2 20s, but really the most important thing is 2 sockets. I'm paying attention to see if the mechanics mod spawns on rares. Like, it's a very rare one. So you have to take that into consideration anyway. It's a very rare one. But that's the one I want to see more often. So yeah, good point. I might take you up on it. I might just roll the dice, because it's not just the mechanics mod you look for. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things that are acceptable. Good question. I haven't... The seed is theoretically... So the reason it works that way is because the seed is what's used to determine randomness in the game. Right? Sometimes it's almost ignorantly bad at doing so. So for example, if you're on a seed and you're rolling a rune word for the first time in a game and you haven't rejoined the game or anything, it will be like it will always roll exactly the same. And by the way, Slick Styles, my dude, hey, holy shit. Dude, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. 5 of them. My guy, thank you so much. Big cheers, man. Holy shit. That's wild. I think that's huge. I think that deserves a special cheers. Let's take a little bit of a break in between the knowledge drop and go back to town a little bit. Special cheers to this guy. Come on in, unless your name is Lamp or Root. A lot of people think that their banning from the tavern here had something to do with large donations, but I promise you, there was teams of people involved, there was like councils and shit, and like, you know, we made informed, intelligent decisions that the signs are just, don't worry about this, don't worry about those, alright? Lamp and Root, get the fuck out of here, alright? You're not allowed in this tavern. That being the case, Slick Styles, my dude. Let's tip one back to this guy. You guys welcome to help yourself to anything on the shelf out here. No guarantees to how old it is, how good it is, or what's going on with it. But, you know, drink at your own risk. This is a stream of vices today, man. Come on in, have a seat. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to Slick. Man, that's so crazy. I really appreciate that, brother, in all seriousness. That was wild. And what? Thomas!
Geed's nuts.
Geed's nuts! Oh, look, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. And don't you dare bring that Geed's, that anti-Geed's energy here, alright? Before you know it, we're gonna be Charcine Geed's, and I'm gonna blame it on you. Alright? I'm gonna be like, that was Thomas's fault. No, in all seriousness, man, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks so much for the 5 spot. Boys, let's get back in there and start to jamming and slamming these gambles, man. It's time to get it. All right, let's see what we got here. I haven't really noticed anything good on this seed. So as I was saying, okay, the seed determines the randomness. So it applies to everything. It applies to all items. It applies to, like, to circlets, to boots, or whatever. But how it determines the abilities that roll on there may be different. Like, you may get really good boots with a seed, but horrible circlets, right? Like, it's just, and it's not like you can't get a good item on that seed. It's just that the seed somehow has a propensity to roll the abilities you're not really looking for. Like, it's just deferring to that more often than not. So, yeah, experiment with it, but a lot of times people target farm things, and in that case, I would, you know, if you're target farming, it's going to be a lot easier to see. It's going to be a lot it's going to be a lot easier to recognize. Like, oh, yep, I'm definitely not seeing what I'm looking for here. So I'm going to go to a different game. Like, I might actually go to a different game here. We're gonna give it a little bit. We're gonna give this one a little bit of time. I'm noticing a lot of rares that seem to pop up, which is good. But but they're all trash. I mean, they're not even close to being good. Dude, I actually had suggested that to Mr. Lama when he was crafting once. I saw a crafting stream of his, and we caught him live. And you know, he kept crafting. He had a ton of crafts, and he kept crafting things that were like really bad. Like the rolls, it was never rolling double cast. It was just always rolling the base cast. And he crafted like, I don't know, 50 at that point, or I don't know, some significant number, right? And it was just never rolling double cast. It was barely ever rolling. It was actually, I had never seen a 2 skills roll on it. So I was like, this seed is just so bad. I was like, someone's got to tell him, just like, go roll another game. Like, this seed is really bad for what you're trying to do. You're gonna get stuck on this seed, and all your gambles are gonna be trash. He switches, gets a double cast roll and 2 skills, like gets more 2 skills, more double casts, and it's like, all right, this seems to be a better seed. Like, stay here. This event will last until well, basically for another 21 hours, just about. Yeah, so it'll go on for a while, man. We'll be jamming for a while. All right, I think I'm actually done with this seed. This seed is so trash. Notice I've never seen 2 to skills on a rare, or very, very rarely ever seen 2 to skills on a rare helm here. It's oftentimes defers to +1 to skills is what I'm noticing. The Viso mod is possible with this. I've seen that pop up, but look at this. Defers to like +1 to skills here. Seems to be something that's, you know, that's happens more frequently. So just noticing, you know, just noticing this, just pointing it out. So this may be a seed that we swap off from. Now magic and rares work different though. You got to realize that. So if you see +2 to skills on magics, it's not the same as +2 on rares. Pay attention to the ones that you actually want to see. Just found a jaw in tower. Holy wicked 1 ball. You're kidding me. Dude, that's sick. Is it terrorized right now? It's not even terrorized, is it? Yeah, I think it's possible to find jaw without it being terrorized, but I think you have to find it off from like one of the mobs. Yeah, this seed is so horrible, dude. We're gonna swap it up. Hold on, I gotta send a message to Bill. Let him know. We're just gonna let him know. Yep, alright. Swap that game up, Bill. We're gonna go on to the next. It's gonna be mod 1 with the same password. And I'll post that in the mod chat. But yeah, this one is actually horrible. And Bill says he's getting it set up. He needs a little bit of time to get things set up in there. He's got to check. You know, he's got to process, man. I try not to mess with it. He says he knows what he's doing. So, guess that's what we pay him for. So we don't have to know what we're doing, and he can. So, all right, GG. Yeah, let's jam it, man. Gonna swap up this game. It's just the seed is just too bad, man. It's just too bad. We're gonna have to try it again. Gonna have to go to a different town. Oh, we up in here. A little bit of lag coming in, but that's just how it is. All right, changing this in the mod chat just so people know. All right, let's jam it. It's changed. Ready to jam. Diablo 2 virtual reality? That'd be weird because I almost feel like it would be like in first person, you know what I mean? It would be a really different experience. It would be very strange. Very strange. I mean, I'd be down for it, but
I can't carry anymore.
You know, it'd be different. How you the king of gold, and that's my current status. Yo, by the way, what's up, Christopher? Hey, big cheers to you, man. Good to see you. big cheers to this guy. We haven't even busted out the good stuff yet. We're just getting started here today. Dude, King of Gold, the real question is, how am I not the King of Gold? All right, we hire the best people on the team. We've got this thing all steam cleaned and fresh pressed. And it's this, I believe, last I checked online, like on a random site, was worth like $1 million. So, like, I believe there's a saying out there that you can indeed believe everything you hear on the internet. So, therefore, it's true. So, yeah. I don't want to brag, but all right. So, just think about that for a minute. All right. Let's see here. Let's see some rares. Let's see how this seed is looking. Yeah, chest and helm slot BIS right now. Listen to Nimrod. This guy is melee champ. This guy knows about gear. If any questions, price checks, random concerns, build guides, all this stuff, yeah, just hit him up. Just hit him up. Send all the questions that way. Look, I know that might be a little annoying, Nim, but it's the price of being the champ, man. Muchez gets that shit all the time. Bankai hasn't stopped messaging him since he's got the title. Bankai's like, holy shit, man. How'd you do it? You gotta let me know your skill tree. It's how it is. It's how it is. If you're the champion, dude. Yeah, I got excited there for a minute with the diadems, but as usual with the gambling event, we were let down. This looks like a Mavs though. Is this a Mavs right to my right? That looks, oh man, that would have been sick. It had it had like that weird color to it. I guess Mavs is blue, isn't it? I guess Mavs has a blue color. Why is there an account called Cooley Needs Rogaine? Dude, because I responded to that guy once. It was kind of funny. I think I won though, because that guy actually changed his name. His name used to be, like, he's a notorious troll, and like he just trolls everybody who like anybody knows about. And so I'm honored. I'm like, wow, people know about me. So therefore, trolls. There's a ton of them on JSP. He's not even special though. And like, but anyways, he made a big mistake because his name used to be like Bowie, something about Bowie. And then when I responded to him and called him a retard, he changed his name to me. So it basically like negates everything he says about me, because you see like anything he says about Cooley, then you see his name and he just looks like a stan. So I'm like, all right, that was stupid, bud. Nice job wasting 1,500 forum gold for that fucking mistake. Like, but truth be told, I probably shouldn't even have responded to him. That's all trolls want, is just people to talk to him. But yeah, that's a notorious troll. Used to troll Bowie. There's other people like him out there. That's all they do. That's what JSP is sometimes, man. If you, like, oh dude, it's full of, there used to be this guy. He would troll the LLD forums too, and just had something to say about everything. Not me, this was like before I would stream. But like, if anybody brought a new build to the table, had anything to say, it was just like, you had to deal with this guy. Like, it would just talk mad shit. Just the worst dude in game. Oh man, it was bad. But, you know, this is the thing I like about D2, is that the community is sort of still that Wild West. And honestly, I think games are getting away from that these days, and it's a big mistake. But it truly does feel like the Wild West in D2, which is why it's such a special game, dude. JK, love you, facts. Yeah, no, it wasn't facts, dude. This This was long before I even knew about Fax. I'm not sure if Fax was jamming on LOD, but this was like LOD days. I haven't Jobied a Geeds. We call it Jobying a Geeds because he was the guy that we initially saw do this multiple times, where you just accidentally sell your Geeds. But I haven't Jobied a Geeds in 2 years now. I don't think I've... Yeah, it was the first year we made fun of Joby so much, and then I Jobied a Geeds. Alright, see, this seed feels better, even though it's not spawning like the 20 cast yet. Like, look at this. It's a perfect 30% enhanced damage mod. It's got the +2 to skills. I mean, this isn't a good helm, but it's more of like an indication that, okay, the seed has a propensity to roll +2 to skills. We barely saw any of those in the last game. I've already seen 3. Yeah, so this seed is definitely rolling differently. Whether or not we want to keep it that's another question. But these are the calculations we make during such an event to try to get the most out of it. A lot of people don't do that. They'll sit in the same game like all night. You can't be afraid to give up the gold that's sitting there on the ground, man. Sometimes it's just the opportunity cost to get to the next phase. Look at this. I'm actually liking this. This has a propensity to roll with Zan skills and enhanced damage. Like that's a really good combination. Like that's the second time that's happened in very quick succession. Whoops. Sometimes we just gamble the wrong thing. That's the fat fingers misclick. I can't even blame it on that. That's actually just shit VT skill. You could have seen it if you tried to duel me last night. It's just ability to get name locks and to click on things quickly. It's well, probably has a diagnosis all of its own, but it's a bad one. 200 SOJ to reroll a rare diadem? Oh my god, that'd be sick. Yeah, you technically get better, or yeah, you get a higher quality item when you do that. That would be fun. What happened last night for the DFC, dude? We lost power. My entire town, and only my town, lost power for like the exact amount of time for the DFC. It was so discouraging, dude. I was like, this is ridiculous. It was during such a good fight, too. Such a good duel.
Seeds nuts.
Oh, there it is. There, look, now I'm blaming these bad seeds on you, Thomas. I think that you're telling you that Geeds now, if it happens, I feel like I've gotten close sometimes because my misclick skills are so bad that I might actually go over like 2-3 more slots than I even should. Bro, big cheers. Thomas Fischler, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that 5 spot. Holy! PF7! Pier 7 SF. Look, the glasses reflect stuff. Weird. It makes it look like I have autism or can't read. One or the other. Alright? But don't mind those. Don't mind that. Pier 7, hey bro, it's very good to see you, my dude. Big cheers. We gotta play D2R one of these days, dude. Yeah, bro, are you in the Discord? Let's jam it up. Let's jam some duels, man. Get me warmed up on this VT, essentially. Lord knows I need some practice, man. Alright, well, this seed's not off to a good start either, man. I'm telling you. Might have to really switch this game. Might have to really switch some numbers up around. Do some hacking. Because I have not been impressed. I told you, man, it's not necessarily about getting the items. It's about chilling with the boys. It's kind of what it is. I mean, we can hope for the gold, but as D2 elitists, there's a very small chance. All right, here we go. This is telling me, never mind. We're on a seed that can deliver, but will it deliver is the real question. This is trash. I told you we're D2 elitists. We're not keeping this. But the point is, it can roll. just want to say, Thomas, Pier 7, another big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much for that support. I really appreciate it, man. That's huge. Yeah, see, some people would get all excited about that. Like Mr. Lama, he'd be like, oh, I'm gonna message Cooley. This has got to be worth a lot. That's what he does every year. He'll send me a message. He'll be like, whoa, what's this worth? And that would be one. I could just see it. I could just see him now. Oh shit, man! There's fire resist. There's fire resist on it, dude. And we would have to politely, or even not so politely, tell him to get good, right? To get on our level. No, he's found some bangers before, man. I think the best one I ever found was the one. I still don't think I've beaten it. It was the 222 open socket with 9 all res necro helm. It's not. I mean, it's not godly, but it's certainly like eternally keepable. Like you're keeping that for some build. It did end up on my PVM poison necro, which, dude, that build is sick. It's one of my favorites. I'll show it to you, man. It's like, it's savage. Here, hold on. Let's take a break from this seed for a second. Give it time to think about its life. Figure its life out.
I am overburdened.
Because then I won't have my wall. There's a wall in between my cursor and my guides that allows me a little bit of dummy room, is what I call it. Where like I can be stupid and miss and like misclick and not char-see my guides. So yeah, here I'll show you though. This is the helm. It actually ended up on a character, dude. So I told you, like it's not bad. Where is it? I think it's I mean, as you can tell, he's only level 91, so I don't use him much. However, he is one of my favorite PVM characters. Like, this is all online. We don't play single player because it's so... Single player, waste of time, in my opinion. But I know it's for some people who are doing Grailers, and that makes sense. But damn, can you imagine having something like this on single player where it don't mean nothing, dude? This is a 100% perfect. 100% perfect D-Web. Not only 2 minus 50, but 12-12 as well. And of course, yeah, I mean, no, I didn't find this, but this was a gift that I hold close to my heart from Elu Soul. And yeah, it's just like, I treasure this thing. There are no items. There's like exactly 0 items on single player. I think that I could say I treasure. Yeah, if you're doing like Holy Grail, dude, I say that. I test a lot of builds on single player, but here's the thing, like I certainly don't like Magic Find on single player. It's, again, if you're searching for a Holy Grail, it's great. By the way, this was the helm that we found a couple years ago. It's like 222 open socket, 9 all res. We jammed a couple of facets in there. They don't match, I know, it's a little jarring. But yeah, all because, I mean, like, if you find a jaw rune, you don't need it on single player, you can't really trade it. Like, I see a lot of people, it's so funny, I see a lot of people who jam on single player, and this happens way more than you think, that hero edit their stuff. And it's like, what's the point? At that point, we're all just playing it for the same thing, right? We're testing builds. Yeah. But I mean, if you rip something like this and it's on single player, it feels really bad, right? Because Necros on single player very rarely need these. But like, man. Got these, like, I mean, and here's the thing. If we had this build on single player, people would almost certainly think we hero edited it, right? Because matching charms, like, we duped them. You know what I mean? Like, I guess these aren't perfect torches or anything, but, you know, matching gear, 100% perfect D-Web. But look, nah, this is legit, man. It has like legit value, and that's kind of the coolest thing. The real reason, and again, it kind of, I guess it comes down to preference, right? But the real reason I jam online is because when I was young playing this game, it blew my mind. This was the big revelation that I had about D2, is when I realized that you could sell items for forum gold, that there were sites out there that actually sold them for real money. I was like, what? Like, the items in this game? You mean to tell me, like, I'm not wasting my time? Like, playing a game? Like, I can... To me, it blew my young child mind. And ever since then, I've just figured, okay, that is kind of what got me going. And it's sort of what has kept me going for a very long time with it, is just that, like, external value. But here's the other thing. You get to duel with people. You get to play with other people, which I think that's a crucial component. It scares some people in D2, like, oh, I can't deal with people. Get good, man. You just got to get good. Well, someone stepped into my game and hostiled me. Get good. Get good, bro. That's what it's about. You know, that's what this game is about. Gotta get good. There is one thing I wish they would bring back in D2R, though. And by bring back, I mean they should have never removed this. I don't understand why it was removed. And that is the mute button. They have a mute button, but it's not labeled properly. Mute should not squelch a person, which is what the squelch button used to do in LOD. Make it so that you don't hear them. But there was additionally a mute button, which would stop them from hearing you. It was very useful for when you had trolls in a game. Like, so for example, right now, when we join like a HLD game, like high level dueling in a pub game, it's so common to have like people pop in and troll the game. What used to happen in LOD is you would simply mute the person that is trolling and tell everybody in the game the new game and password. Like, all right, hey, we got a new game coming up. This is the password. You would do that. The troll would have no idea what was said, and you could easily just swap it up. But you can't do that in D2R. You would have to like individually message everyone, which is like, no one's doing that, right? Like that's certainly something we're not doing. It's just takes too long. It's so much of a commitment, and then there's no guarantee that that person's even gonna join the game. And why should you even have to do that for someone that's just trolls a game? Like, but yeah, it could all be fixed with just bringing back the real mute button and calling the button what it is right now, the squelch button. I've already gone over this, Max, a million times why I'm not doing that. It's very purposeful. Can't be a dummy. This is what happens. I'll show you so you can see it, right? So if I dump these books and I gamble 2 more of these, and then I'm sitting here talking and blah blah blah, and then I misclick by a pixel, I trash my Geeds. So I will save myself the little bit of mental stress there by keeping 2 tomes in my inventory, or now 1, but 2 tomes in my inventory so that we do not accidentally Joby our Geeds. But that's why. And when you have 2 there, I could move 1 down like this, but then the same problem exists, right? We have 2 here, so that it shifts these over so far that I'm never misclicking. It's very rare I would misclick.
The game was best with weapons and a key ring.
You think so, Pier 7? I don't know, man. I don't know. It was a different time. First of all, big cheers. Thank you so much for the 2 spot, brother. It was a different time, though. Like, first of all, let's tip one back to this guy. What a generous dude. But it was a different time. The reason iths were good is because, well, first of all, you didn't have rune words that, well, you had rune words, but not in the form that they exist today. And you still had all of the horrible breakpoints for the Barb and the Zon. When it came to Whirlwind, when it came to doing anything, right? Any attacks. You still had the horrible breakpoints, and you had no real options for a Zon when it came to weapons, right? So the Zon bows that were ith were insane because finally the Zon could do something, right? But luckily they gave us faith and, you know, Enigma, so many other rune words that were just insane. But good, you know, and fixed the game. I think they took the ith weapons as like alright, people kind of want more with this, and they're kind of right. Zons were trash before these came out, and now they're alright. I mean, we're getting there. We've got a seed with some propensity, but these are just, again, all trash. Diablo 2 elitists over here. We're trashing 220s. We trashing them. But yeah, it was a different time, man. That was also the time when you had, if you remember this, Pierre, when Life Leech worked in PvP. So you had Zealots with Life Leech that legit would just sit there. You had Zealots, but it wasn't confined to melee. They were actually a dueling class because not everybody could teleport. So you would have Zealots going around in dueling, zealing the shit out of people and life leeching off of them. It was wild, dude. It was a different time. Very, very different.
Sell the Geeds or coward.
Sell the Geeds or coward. Holy shit. Bro, I can't do it, man. It's my only one. It's my only one. Thomas Fischler, holy shit, man. Big cheers. Thank you so much for the 50 spot, though. What? That is friggin' wild. Look, we've got, I think we banned Lamp and Root from the tavern. We've got security handling those guys, but we have a special place. Let's go there, man. Let's pull up at least a special seat for Thomas. That's wild, man. You didn't have to do that. That's so crazy. This guy. All right, come on in, man. We've got the game on the big screen in here. A lot of seats for the VIPs, including yourself, brother. Thomas, bro, you're too kind. You didn't have to do that. We've got some whiskey, all right, but we haven't busted it out yet, all right. But as soon as we leave here, we're gonna have the game on the big screen. Just help yourself, dude. It's under the couch. All right. Don't tell Lamp. Don't tell Root. All right, they're technically not banned from this area yet, but that could change. Okay, bro, hey, thanks so much, man. In all seriousness, that's huge. I think, hold on, I'm reaching under the couch right now, actually. Fuck this noise, man. This is a special occasion. Yeah, we've got it. We got to reach under the couch. We're getting the good stuff for Thomas. We're busting it out, man. We can't be messing around. We've got the maker's mark, man. Yeah, come on in, have a seat. I'm busting out the chalice. Look, we can't Charcy the Geeds, but we can at least bust out a bottle worth that salt, right? We can do it. Big cheers to you, man. Thanks so much. Much appreciated. Yeah, watch out for the mosquitoes in here, by the way. They're obnoxiously large. I actually don't know what jungle this is. It's located somewhere in Act 3. Don't know what they call it, but pretty deadly monsters out here. Wouldn't suggest stepping outside. We're gonna put a mosquito net up, but we got lazy. Just how it is. Enjoy the whiskey, man. Really appreciate you, brother. Big cheers. That's awesome. Man, oh man. That is wild. Thanks so much, dude. This could have been anything else. Look, this could have been +2 to Din skills, and you know what we would have done? We still would have trashed it. It's so bad. But this is how Diablo elitist we are, man. Like, it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot. Like I said, it's all about coming in, hanging with the boys, busting out the real stuff here. Tipping one back to our boy Thomas Fischler, and just having a good time. Appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're entertained, my dude. That's what I try to do. Try to keep stuff fun and entertaining. Make unique Diablo 2 stuff, you know? It's the best game of all time. And certainly one that's very close to my heart. So I'm glad you enjoy it too, my dude. Yeah, busting out the piles. We don't mess around, man. We pay Bill good farm gold for him to sit there and waste his life making gold for us in town. Like, he probably wants to go out into the world and find himself a wife and have kids and shit, but unfortunately for him, we've got him locked in the basement and chained, and we pay him in forum gold, okay, to make gold for us in town. Some would consider that cruel, certainly unusual. Some might call it illegal, but that's illegal is a subjective term, I think. Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's like open to interpretation. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Poor Bill, he needs to go on strike frown.
Jeezy, baby, don't you be giving him ideas. Come on, he watches these streams, dude. Don't give him ideas. He doesn't even know what that is. You think we educated him? This guy has lived and breathed Diablo 2 since the day... Well, since the day we got him. Alright? So don't you be giving him... He's gonna go Google that shit now. God damn it. I'm gonna have to delete this stream after. Fuck. Thanks, Jeezy. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate the 2 coin tip, brother. Let's hope it brings us some luck. We will not tolerate a union in the DFC, right? Exactly. There is no unions. We don't cover medical bills for characters with physical damage and even emotional damage, which does happen a lot in the chat PKs of the DFC. We don't cover that shit, man. That wasn't in a plan. You signed. If you didn't want to get your ass beat and your feelings hurt, you shouldn't have signed the contract. That's actually the slogan of the DFC. Or at least it is now. That was pretty good. Oh yeah, full rejuves are free, man. Full rejuves are free for the bill. Yeah, for sure. We keep him well whiskeyed, well juved. He showers every week. Otherwise, the water bill it's a little too high. But, you know, we take care of him. Saltines, crackers. You can put a lot of shit on that, man. You can put like peanut butter and stuff. It's really good. There ain't none of that, all right? Ain't none of that. No, this guy made sure there's none of that shit going on. Is that even good though, Kev? Like, what would we even use that on? Like, I'm pretty sure an MLD is probably still teleporting. They're using tele charges or something. So I don't even think it's good in MLD. I mean, it looks cool and all. It's cool like early ladder or something if you have a traps in, but I think at this point it's like, I mean, we're sitting here on a mule, level 94 mule. It's collector's items on this mule. 10-10, Assassin Torch, Perfectly, Anti-Perfect, Annihilus.
Rockin' the Jamblin' Threads and Shades.
Holy shit, Sawdust, my dude. Thank you so much for the 10 coin tip, brother. Big cheers to you. Good to see you, man. An absolute PvP legend in his own right. Big cheers, brother. You didn't have to do that, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's a special time of year. I'm pretty sure this will be the last time this happens this year. Last year it happened 3 times, but this is the second time it's happened this year, and I'm relatively certain it will be the last. I mean, they're obviously not going to do it again. This would be sick early ladder. Look at this thing, dude. If we would have ripped this early ladder a couple seasons ago, we'd be really happy. But trash now. All right, that's a bunch of trash. Going after the TMs? TMs? Thundermalls? Oh, Tyrael's Might? No. LOL. Dude, you would... Theoretically, you could find Tyrael's Might pretty easily, but I'm in no hurry to find it, and... Like, even if we did... What the hell would we... But I already own several on non-ladder. We acquired some for, like... For some weird Uber Tristram builds that we were making, and it's like, while I haven't found one per se, I have them. I'm really not. I'm the type of person, I have what I call a passive holy grail, where like I don't really go hunting for it. I don't go hunting for them, but I just know the items that I haven't found legitimately in this game. Tyrael's Might is one of them, and a Zod rune is the other. It used to be Grandfather until recently. I hadn't found a Grandfather until recently. Till this ladder season, I started jamming and actually like climbing the ladder. And I found 2 Grandfathers, just jamming TZs, just ripping them. I think maybe even 3 over the course of the season. It was actually crazy. I was like, wow, I've never found this before, and now I found 3. Yeah, it was wild. I don't know, 41 plus HP skillers are they're more of a treasure than a Tyrael's Might, I would say. Yeah, but they used to be, put it this way, 41 plus lifers used to be a real treasure. Because not a lot of people know this, but you used to have to find them from a very specific place or re-rolling very specific Grand Charms. You know, you would either have to find them from Diablo, Neelathok, or Bale. You couldn't find them anywhere else in the game. And then if you found a Grand Charm randomly from them, you could re-roll it. But now you can just jam a Terror Zone, and anybody can find them off from a level 90 plus Terror Zone. So they're certainly not as rare as they used to be, but those things used to be a real trophy. I would argue they still are. Like, you don't feel bad when you find a 41 plus lifer in a TZ, man. Like, those always feel good. Nah, man, Diablo Elitus. We're not keeping this. That's a Mr. Llama helm. That's something Mr. Llama would get fired up about that. He'd message me, price check. We'd tell him, look, you lost your mind. That's what we'd tell him. Just got a 220, 17 strength, 81 mana circlet. That's not bad. I have a similar one like that on my dueler that I actually kept. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's a keeper. I wouldn't say godly, but it's at least one that we're not completely trashing back to the vendor. Like, literally, we haven't... It's very likely that in this stream, we'll find something we keep like this, right? Like, it's kind of close to being good LLD. Like, maybe... Here's the only reason I'm keeping this, is I'm thinking, maybe the one that I have on my current dueler isn't as good. I just want to double check before I Charcy it. because my barb sucks, so it's possible that's a slight upgrade. But otherwise, I would Charcy it, and you know, but that's probably all of what we're gonna see. You know, that's how these gambling events go. All we can do, like a lot of times, people get their hopes up, right? We actually try to do the opposite. We try to get our hopes down and just know that we've got a big bottle of whiskey here, you know, and we're busting out the good stuff. Thanks to Thomas, thanks to generosity, you guys. We're just sitting here having fun with the boys, you know, and that's really what it's all about. If we happen to find something godly along the way, then so be it. That's kind of, you have to, if you want the best out of life and you want to feel happy, here's what you got to do. You have to lower your expectations. A lot of people have these big expectations out of life, like it's going to be something grand, like something's destined for them. Like, you know, a 220, 230, 22 open socket or something. It's not, man. You're never going to get it, all right? Gambling sucks. But it's all about the ride. It's all about the journey, right? It's all about the looks. It's all about finding things that get us a little bit excited. Like this. This was so close. Can you imagine? Imagine for a moment this was +1 to din skills. I'd have shit. I'd have shit on this. Actual literal shit. Would have had to go change the pants if this was din skills. It's level 27 and everything. Yeah. If this was even +2 to skills, yeah, it would be like shocking. But +1 to skills is very interesting here because this happened to roll on a circlet, which makes it level 27. All of these mods here being level 27, this could have been +1 to din skills, or it could have just skipped the skills and been 2 sockets and would have been a savage helm. If this would have rolled in, like, I think it could actually have another prefix on here, so it could be like 1 to skills and 2 sockets, but just imagine if this rolled 2 sockets. Look at the hidden ability it's got down there. 25% enhanced damage. That's nasty. That would be very nasty on a barb, on a charger. Yeah. There's a lot that could, and this is what I mean, boys. It's just small moments like this that get us like, wow, what if, man? That's really cool to see. If we would have had our sights set on a 230 22 open socket, we wouldn't even be talking about that right now. We're still gonna Charcy this, all right? It was very close. But unfortunately, we're going to Charcy it. It was very close, though. I will say that. All right, speaking of changing the pants, I got to piss, all right? I'll be right back. I need you guys to do me a huge favor, though. I need you guys to watch the tavern, okay? Make sure that Lamp and Root do not come in to that fucking place, okay? That's all I ask. If they step in, I gotta have you get rid of them. Kick them out with force if you have to. Okay, I don't care how you do it. Get in there and you remove them. All right. Let's go back to the tavern. Take a little break, huh? No, Bill, I ain't paying you any goddamn more than that. I'll fuck. No. Not a goddamn for him gold more. I don't give a shit. I'll say it to him live. What's up, guys? Just talking with the. Oh, fuck. I don't know. What a shit streamer. Gosh. Bill, where's. Bill, cut me in! Gosh, this guy was in charge of the camera, too? This is why, Bill. Sorry about that, guys. A little bit of... I know it might look like I do this a lot, but this is my first time streaming ever, dude. Ever. Never... Don't mind the mistakes. Big cheers to you guys, man. Thanks for being here. Let's get back down into the violence, into the action. Let's get us some Din gear so that we may hopefully one day get good. I'm talking real big stuff, man, is what we need. Real big stuff. No more dicking around. Okay? It's gotta be huge. We need some big home runs. Let's friggin' do this. Big cheers to you guys. All right, let's do this. Din helms, LLD helms, anything, man. I mean, we will accept it. We have our eyes on anything. We're not looking for anything in particular. We're just a big fan of the Din. We're big fans of the Dins. That one any good? I think I rolled a good circlet. 2 Ellie skills, 30 faster run block, 20 faster cast rate. Yeah, that's really good, man. That's a really good one. That'd be one that I would keep right there. That's a savage one. Nice find, man. Yo, you gotta post that and tag me in the Discord, dude. You gotta show me that one. That's pretty sick. Goes nuts on a crude bow. Dude, Llama also speed runs, dude. He finds a crude bow. He's like, oh shit. All right, now we can make a edge jam through this game on our necro, dude. No, it's me and Mr. Llama troll each other a lot, but he's a good dude, man. He's doing this series right now about how to speedrun, and I'm so glad he's doing it because there wasn't really a lot of like guides out there about that. And I've been very curious about it, especially whereas, like, I always get curious on ladder resets because I'm like, what do I do? Like, I always kind of rely on finding a team, which is really good, but even our team most of the time doesn't really know how to speedrun, right? Like, we just kind of know how to get through the game and we just try to do it as fast as we can. But, like, we don't really go ham on it, you know? 2 cold, 20 cold, 20 light, 20 poison, 13 fire. How does that work? 7 all res. Oh, wait. Yeah, how does that work? Cheater. I guess it's theoretically possible, isn't it? You could get the scintillating mod, and then you could get... I'm trying to think about the suffixes. I need to see a suffix. I need to see a resist helm here first. If we see resistance on one of these, I'll be able to tell if it's a suffix. Because you could theoretically get scintillating for 7 all res, and then you get, like, you would have to get, or for 13 all res, and then you get specifically 7 rolled on all the rest of them. Yeah, I knew what you meant, though. I knew what you meant. Like, Yeah, you have essentially 33 fire. I knew what you meant. Don't listen to Joby. Joby, no one really knows who that guy is. He just trolls a lot. I don't know. Can we ban him? I don't know what this guy's doing here. All right, sweet. I just noticed I'm trying to, as people pop in, I'm trying to like calibrate with mods that we have on the Cooley Live channel. So I just modded you sound. Yeah, go ahead. Ban Joby if you want. Screw him. Yeah, get him right out of here. Whoever that is. Yeah, get him right out. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows that guy. We've never mentioned him in a video or anything. There's never no, it's a different Joby, the guy the lucky guy, probably different guy. Now I knew what you meant though, man. That's a sick circlet. That is a keeper. That's one that if we found, we would. This is what I would do if I find something like that. I'm actually gonna send it in a message to Mr. Llama, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, man, is this good?" it's like clearly good. Be like, "Is this? Could this be used for anything, or is it like? You think I could get like a? I was thinking about trading it for like a Lemrune." Llama would G-Rush 10 chars for it. Bro, is he practicing the G-Rushing? Dude, there used to be some speedrun G-Rush speedruns that Barricade used to do on his Twitch channel. Those are the speedruns right there. Those are the ones. I think Barricade did it in like 13 minutes or something like that, full G-Rush. It might have been even quicker. That might be old news at this point. The day I get on mod, I'm scared. What do you mean? Look, I troll you a lot, Joby, but I got mad love for you, brother. Really do. Good dude, man. We make fun of him a lot, especially when he Jobies his geeths. Right? He has become a verb during this event. But he's a good dude. He's a good dude. All right, what do you guys say? I'm very interested in swapping the seed up here and just seeing what we get.
I am overburdened.
Just very, very interested in this. Just swapping this out.
Can't carry anymore.
Just re-rolling the dice, if you will.
Joby's nuts.
Oh man, dude, Thomas is on point with the puns today. I gotta say, I gotta say, man. Like, that was prime, dude. I gotta give it to you. I might actually write that one down and use it. Thomas, bro, thank you so much. Mr. Fischler, for the 5-coin tip, brother. Big cheers to you. Busting out the good stuff. We've got it going, man. You've got us rolling on it now. It's gonna be a good day. All right, sound up in here, keeping this one going. We're gonna call Bill. I'm gonna tell him. Yeah, hold on. I gotta message him. Let him know he's gotta go to another game. Try again. The seeds have been sucking Bill. Hold on. Seeds have been sucking Bill. Considering lowering your pay if they don't get better. Send. Alright, that should keep him on point, dude. That should smarten him up a little bit, I would guess. Can you explain seed, please? Sounds like degen math. All right, yeah, for sure, man. We covered it at the top of the stream, but sometimes I don't always. Sometimes I breeze over stuff, and I feel like you being an interested party here could help me elaborate on some things I might have missed. So, seeds, and how they work, and what they are, and what we're essentially doing here, right? So, the reason we switch games, first of all, if you... So all of the luck that you have in game, whether it comes to item rolls, rune word rolls, all of this, is based on your game seed. And a game seed is randomly created when you make a new game. It's what the map is based on, it's what all randomness in the game is based on. And it was the subject of one of GGM's videos about him constantly just continually rolling bear runes off of a chest. He's like, this is all from the game seed and the very specific actions that I take. Well, what we have done is kind of theorized, and don't get the wrong impression here with theory, okay? Because the word theory is often thrown around like it doesn't mean anything, but theory means this has been a hypothesis tested many, many times and seems to be the case and is kind of waiting to be disproven, all right? So I have a theory that has been tested with a hypothesis over and over, is repeatable, and that is that even how all of your attributes on items roll must somehow be based on a seed, on the same game seed that dictates the randomness, and it has a propensity to just roll things more often than not on different seeds, right? So the way I try to manipulate this in gambling is I look for things. So, like, for example, we switch seeds, and now we're seeing this shit, all right? So, like, this is not a keeper, but, like, it's rolling combinations of abilities that are far different than what we've seen. Granted, this is only 10 cast. We didn't see a lot of 10 cast on rare helms in the last game, but we switch seeds, and now 10 cast spawns. It might spawn more frequently, who knows? But I believe it extends to all of the abilities on any item, and their chances, not their chances, but like their propensity to roll more often than not, right? So like if you're in a game and you see things like, you know, and you keep gambling, and after like 10 or 20 minutes you don't see helms like this that have +2 to skills very often. You might have seen one that even had +2 to skills in 20 minutes. Well, my hypothesis, or my theory, is that you're on the wrong seed. That is not... It doesn't have a high propensity of whatever magic it's pulling in the background. It's not often rolling +2 to skills. But now, look at how often it's rolling here. This seems to be a way better seed, right? Like, we're rolling it quite a bit now. And so that's good. I'll probably stick with this seed for a little bit, right? You could also apply that to other abilities, but the only way to do it is to just keep gambling on the seed for like 10 to 20 minutes. And if you don't see the good abilities pop up, switch your seed. Like, switch and look specifically at rares. Forget about magics, they work differently. Look specifically at rares. And if you're not seeing like 20 casts pop up or 2 skills pop up, you know, very often they're extremely rare. You're not seeing, like, if you're not seeing the right stuff, you're not seeing abilities even roll close to perfect. You're not seeing like the top tier abilities roll on items. Try a different seed. What do I have? The TP books? That's to prevent me from being my guides. So I gamble like this so that I don't have a circlet over here, and then I just misclick and be my guides. So it's to give me what I call dummy room. For if I'm a dummy and I miss and I click over here, it's just a safety precaution. It's something that, you know, I've noticed that if you're gambling a lot, especially if you're talking to people, you're in a Discord chilling with people, if you're streaming, like, there's a lot of things that can cause your attention to slip a little bit and you misclick. And you don't want that misclick to be the difference of you not being able to do this, you know, or taking a big hit on your gold. You know, if I wanted cursor placement, I would jam the VT until I got tilted again like I did last night. Dude, you should have seen me. I was so tilted in PvP last night. I literally considered deleting my din. My 99 din. I was so pissed. I was like, this build is so ridiculous. I hate VTs because they're so unforgiving. And I always feel like a dumbass when I play them. I literally feel like I just started playing Diablo 2 yesterday when I try to PvP on a VT. I'm like, wow. Yep, I'm stupid. And I see it live in action. Chad, don't let the fact that Joby did indeed sell his geese lead you to forget that Cooley salvaged... Well, what? Salvaged Shaco and D4. I did indeed Joby my D4 Shaco. I did indeed. And the worst part about it is Joby was right there. I couldn't even hide it. I couldn't even tell him it didn't happen. He saw my reaction live, was actually in the call with me. And I Jobied my D4 Shaco. It was so funny because a lot of people were commenting on that video like I just did it for the views. So I left a comment that was like, yeah, obviously. Like, what do you think I am? Stupid? Like Joby? What do you think I am, man? Obviously I did that for stupid. Like, you think I'm dumb? Like Joby? Like, think I'd do that? You think I'd do something that dumb? Just gotta lean into it sometimes. I can't even count how many comments were like, you just did this for views. Yeah, it was hilarious though. What a time it was. That was my first Shaco I'd found in like since the game came out, I think. Just boom. Salvage. Yeah, this is happening on ladder, non-ladder, everywhere, man. I'm not sure about single player. I don't know if it happens there. I don't really play single player much, but it's definitely online. Ladder, non-ladder, anywhere you go. Hardcore. Widgets? Like for the stream? I just use stream elements. I practice this for 1 hour every day. Is that the wait a minute. Is that Darren's video? Yeah. Yeah, I know. No, I posted it. I learned it in Korea. What? Really? What? See, look at that. There's a misclick right there. Luckily, it didn't matter. But it just happens. This is why I'm bad at VT. Misclicks all over the place. Alright, if I had to bet on the first helm that we actually keep, I'm gonna bet it would be a magic one. And this is what I would think it would be. It would be a magic one with +3 to some sorceress skill tab and close to 100 life. Close to, if not exactly 100 life. That's going to be my official bet. What do you guys think? There's also a ton of other magic circlets we could keep. But I think it has a higher chance of being a magic circlet that I actually keep. Yeah, I'm not sure about offline, Crow. I don't know. I don't often play offline. This was close. I almost called it. Almost called it. This isn't good for anything, MLD, right? Like, if I Char-C this, I'm not gonna regret it. Like, this is horrible. Straight horrible, not good for MLD. I'm gonna Char-C it either way, because it could be 100 life, so fuck it. D2 Elitis. Yeah. That's a big reason of why. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I really enjoy hero editing all of my stuff on single player. There's a lot of people out there that do it but don't admit to doing it. That it just ruins it. Just the fact that anybody can do it. I mean, that was how I think I initially gave up on D2, was when I was playing single player, and then I realized you could hero edit all of your stuff. So back in those days, you could join Open Battle.net with other people who had also hero edited, or if you didn't know about Hero Editor, you certainly would after joining Open Battle.net. And you could see all of these like ridiculously hacked items. I was like, well, this is stupid. And then you figure out in Hero Editor, you can just make perfect stuff. And I feel like from a Magic Find standpoint, there's a lot more to it online. Like there's some value to it, there's some legitimacy to it. Like, so for example, especially as a content creator, I think like if you're making content, I feel like it's important to play online a lot, probably more often than you play offline, just because of collaboration opportunities, but also community opportunities, right? Like with your actual community, running bail runs, pre-telly bails if you wanted to, dueling. There's a lot better way to get involved with people rather than just like nose to the grindstone, focus single play. Unless, again, like I say this all the time, there's a lot of people out there that do like holy grail lists and stuff, and I think that's fine to do on single play. But like, the world of multiplayer in D2 is so much different. And if you ever wonder, like, you ever hear people talking about how Diablo 2 used to be the Wild West or is the Wild West, it's really because of that online component. Like, it really is. Even back in the days of scamming and all of this stuff, it was crazy.
Here's 10 bones for keeping it real.
Dude, hell yeah, man. Lyle, big cheers to you, man. Look, Thomas has got us busting out the good stuff here. We got the maker's mark. Tipping one back for you, Lyle. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the 10 bones. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to this dude, man. On a Friday night. I don't usually stream on Fridays, man, but I kind of felt some type of way. I think I was having a bad night yesterday just because DFC got cut short, and I can't even tell you the feeling that left me with. It used to be that when DFC a long time ago, when I was like, man, should I even do this? Like, I feel like I'm putting a lot of work in, and like I don't even know. It's just a big burden. And I used to get like a lot of anxiety about it. But like now, DFC every Thursday night on the Cooley Live channel is like the highlight of my fucking week, man. Like, I get excited when I see who's signed up, when we're sitting there theorizing the matchups and how they might play out, and then seeing them happen live, and then just knowing that there's other people out there in the world, you guys, some of you here in chat, that also enjoy it and look forward to it. Bro, it makes me feel good. But also, when through no choice of my own last night, we weren't able to finish such a great episode where everybody was kind of ready to go, and I felt like I was the one person that was letting everybody down with DFC. I like felt really some type of way. I was like, wow, man, this sucks. Even though it was because my power went out, I was like, this is like, I hate this feeling. Yeah, main point is I look forward to it every week, dude. Any GGs? No GGs yet, man. But as we said at the top, it's like, it's not really about finding the GGs. It's really about looking, not having our hopes too high, right? Even though we are kind of like, this is my mule. Okay, never mind. I thought I might have had a godly circlet on her. I just have one that has faster run walk and 2 sin skills, just so she can move around town faster. But I mean, look, some people would find this, they'd pause for a minute to be like, wow, this is kind of cool. We're gonna Charcy this. We are Diablo elitists around here. Okay, like we don't take kindly, okay, to subpar circlets, subpar gear in general, right? Takes a lot to get us fired up. I'm so happy to see 2 sockets on this. This really makes me feel like I'm on a good seed here. We've seen faster run walk, 2 to skills, 20 cast, 2 sockets. We've seen Vizzo. This seed is great. So I'm very happy to keep seeing these socket mods here too. It gives me some hope. All right, gives me some hope that we've made the right decision swapping games. We've landed on something. Yeah, exactly, man. It's garbage. So that's the thing. The standard of quality on the items that we are looking for is very high. Okay, it's probably higher than most Diablo 2 players. All right. So the point is, we're probably going to end up trashing a lot of shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it's about the journey. You know what I mean? It's about looking, it's about not having any hopes and being surprised by what comes our way. Smoked, are you in the Discord? It should be linked in the description of this. But if you're in the Discord, it gets posted to announcements every week. And speaking of which, I appreciate this. I should have actually posted it. Let me do this now. I should have actually reopened signups and posted this in announcements. So this will be great because you'll get to see it. You'll get to see it live here. What we do is every week we'll reopen the registrations for DFC, and you can sign up each week. Just posted right there in announcements. And once you sign up, it's basically just like a little form that you link to your Discord, and you jam slam Alabama, get up in there, and just sign up. And that's it. That's it. It's a little link that's posted. All right. So, and it's always if some people favorite it, because it's actually always the same link. So if you wanna favorite it, that works too. But we close registrations after a certain point, usually the day before. But I appreciate the reminder, man. Registration for DFC 130, 140, 144? Is that what we're on? It's open. At everyone. Be sure to sign up if you want to be a part. Bam, there it is. And we'll publish that. There it is. Jamming, dude. Yeah, simple as that. Just keep your eye on the announcements in the Discord. As soon as I get my pal level 99 and to get some better charms, I'm going to sign him back up. Are you going melee? You going melee, or are you just you going HLD? Dude, I get pallies to 99, man. That's what I do. I got 3 level 99 pallies now. It's kind of ridiculous. Some say too many 99s. 99 pallies. I say there's no such thing. We don't have our expectations very high, Mutant. Like, we're not hoping to get lucky. We're just hoping to have a good time. You know, that's it. That's it. That's all we're hoping for. It's the only thing that really matters. Being up in here, having a good time, and jamming and slamming. Hold on, I gotta text someone real quick. I'm trying to get better at this when I stream, to not completely leave people hanging. There's a few steps you can make towards degeneracy in your life, and I feel like this is one of them. We're just leaving people hanging for hours. My phone is also from 1973, so it's like a little lagged. Right. Cooley was cool before cool was cool. Damn straight, man. They had to change the real word cool to have one less O because they knew it wasn't going to be on my level. You're right about that. It's a fun fact. Not many people knew about that. With AOL and DSL? Oh hell yeah, man. Way back in the days. Yeah, it's ancient, but if this is your first time seeing it since then, you might notice some new graphics. They've remade it ever since. In case you've been living under a rock for the last several years, they remade it, and what an incredible blessing that was to the entire world. It was like the gaming industry doesn't really need to do much. After that, they did great. It was a great year, 2021. Feel something good coming? You better be right. This was close. Had enhanced damage, faster run walk, 2 to barb skills, 20 cast. It would have been probably a keeper. Wouldn't have been something we wrote in our letter home to mom this week. Like, we try to write a letter home every week, tell her the cool things that have happened. Like last week, it was like, hey mom, I PK'd Joby and fucking like, yeah, got him. Hope your week was good. You know, I wouldn't probably put that. I wouldn't have put a home like that in the letter, but like, it would have been. We would have said we had a good time gambling. Seed is strong. Yeah, I feel like this is a really good seed. I feel like our seed shopping time is paying off. Like, this isn't bad. 2 druid, 10 FHR, strength, mana, level 30. Trash. Right back to the vendor. Sell it right back. Tell him, look, give me something good. But oh, it must have been the week before or something. I don't know, Joey. It was one of those times. I just remember that letter. That was one of my favorites. It was one of my favorites I wrote. I said, was easy. Mom, hope. She wrote back and said, I'm so proud. You're a good kid. I did good with you. I did good with you. I was like, thanks, Mom. Yeah, it was good. Dude, it could happen. Put it this way, if I gamble at Griffins and it's not good, I'm char-seeing it. Like, you can count on that. If it's like questionably not, and by good I mean like it kind of has to be close to perfect. And if it isn't, it certainly will get char-seed. I have too many. I have found like 7 Griffins in the time that D2R has been a thing. Like, some people haven't found that item yet. I've found 7 or more. I think I stopped counting after 7. This is technically perfect, but I'm not really sure what it would be used for. It's DR25, 3 to shapeshifting skills. Yeah, Joby found one. He's not even kidding, dude. Joby had probably the best MF video of all in all of D2, like a week in, but nobody knew about it. Level 52 LLD new meta. Oh, that's actually kind of true. Fury versus that friggin' ATD barb. You know what? I'm keeping it just in case one of those melee guys wants to take on Green Lungs and says, you know what I need? I need a shape-shifting versus that friggin' ATD barb in melee. I'd be like, green lungs? Yeah, I got exactly what you're looking for. That'll be 500 for them gold. That's actually a good idea, dude. I appreciate you saying that. I wouldn't have thought about that.
I can't carry anymore.
Very niche situation, but certainly usable. Even got those perfect stats for those perfect seek and melee dudes. Now just hopefully it gets 2 sockets. That's the other key thing. Maybe we ought to do community G rushes, community C rushes, so we can get some sockets up in here. It's so I don't char-see my geeds. Plenty of room, man. When you move it through at the speed of light, like we do, when you go in and you're just looking, and you can recognize trash so quick. Sometimes you recognize the trash, but you misclick and you click the cache, and you trash the cache, and it's bad. Can't be doing that. Yeah, it's the blue border of safety. Oh, dude, I saw the 95 life and the cold skills. I got excited for a minute. I thought I was going to call it. I thought I called it, but it's only 2 to skills. It's only +2 to skills, damn it. That would have been a keeper if it was +3 to skills. It's not 100 life, and I really do like the good, well-rounded number of 100 life there, especially if I'm going to waste a socket quest on it, but I think for SVS in my eventual dabble into that realm, I think that would be a fair one. I would have to play a Blizz Sork though. Don't know how I feel about that. I think Javito, the last time I price checked one of those, this was probably a year ago during the last event, but the last time I price checked one of those, Punch got back to me, and at least at that time a year ago they were worth 2k. 3 to fire skills, 100 life, 2 sockets was worth 2k. Yeah, pretty dope, dude. See, there was a misclick too, but luckily you can't sell items off from your body. I just clicked on this belt. You hear that little sound? That little error sound? That's how I knew it was a misclick right there. See, just jamming through. And that's exactly why. As the whiskey hits, dude, I know I'm going to need this little barrier. I know I'm going to need it. I mean, worth is a strong word. I don't really know what a non-perfect one would be worth, or if people are even looking, but all I can say, and this is how I usually look at it, a lot of people ask the value of things, and it's just like, if you know what's a keeper, then you can kind of figure out the value. So, like, if you know, like, I would keep that helm, you know, whether I use it or not, and here's how to figure out the value. Try to sell it. Just try to sell it. If you really want to next level it and you want to figure out the value, act like you're shopping for one. If you really want to figure out how many people have one out there of what you're looking for and what the price might be, pretend you're actually searching for that item. Be like, you know, post on JSP, be like, man, in search of +3 cold skills with at least 99 life. Alright, let's see what pops up. Well, I know it's a keeper and no one is posting. So therefore, if there's ever anyone like me who needs this, I might be one of the only people that has one. I obviously couldn't charge what it's worth for a 100 life, but probably at least half of that I could get. So you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like there's a set value and everything. It's really like, it depends on your buyer, depends on supply and demand. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of subtleties. Like if it rolls diadem and higher, like even perfect defense, yeah, it's even better. Like non-ladder is really about perfects. Ladder after like week 3 or 4 is probably close to what non-ladder is, and it's really about like how perfect is the item. Because people just stop looking for. Once they get their basic gear and they can start farming, why would they pay a lot when they have their basic gear and they could just try to farm something like it? You know, like supply and demand. It's like I said, if you ever really, there's 2 ways to figure out what something's worth: try to sell it or try to buy it. Both of them will give you a good idea as to what the price is, and it fluctuates all the time. Depends on so many factors. It's not like set prices in D2. That's why I say I kind of prefaced the last statement with like, this was a year ago, like the last time I did this. That's why I keep the +3 skills, because I know that they are desirable. They're desirable in SVS. They're a keeper. Right? That's how I look at anything that I find is it a keeper? The value comes second. It depends on so many things. But is this helm a keeper? If it's a keeper, that's the one thing to be sure about. That's like the one thing to sharpen your skills on. Is this actually a keeper? Once you're good at determining that, the value doesn't matter. You kind of know what it's used for. And you know where to shop it out to. You know where to do it. That's probably the most valuable thing. But when in doubt, even if you don't know, again, try to sell it or try to buy it. Trying to buy it will show you what you have for competition out there and what they're charging. And trying to sell it will tell you what the demand is. And like, here's the other thing. I could tell you that something is worth something, right? Like, yeah, that 230-22 open socket helm with 60 to life and 20 all res, like literally the best thing you could possibly find, is worth 200k. And then it might not be. Like, there might only be a couple of buyers in the world interested in even paying over 100 for it. And they just don't want to. So then is it really worth it? And then you miss out on like 100k offer because the only buyers for it weren't really willing to pay that much. You know, like it's just the best way to do it is to try to sell it. And here's a good indication. If you post it, especially on JSP, here's a good indication that it might be worth at least more than what's in your post and like what people are offering. Here's a good indication. People start PMing you. If you start getting PMs, this is what I tell people. Sometimes they have these, oh, we'll give you this right now, but this to bin. And I'll message them back, post in the forum, act like I'm gonna do it, and then be like, post in the forum. So they post, and then I quote them, and I'm like, current offer. Like, they'll try to snipe you and PM you. I notice that the more that you do that to them, the less of those messages I get. Because every time I get a PM, oh, sweet, yeah, dude, post in the forum. They post, quote, current offer, thank you. That dude was trying to snipe your item. And now people know that there are dudes trying to snipe your item for that price. So that must be a good price. Yeah, 2 sockets is a big thing, especially in LLD. If you find any LLD helms, there's a very good chance. I'm going to say, ooh, this is a keeper. This is a really good keeper. Holy shit, that's awesome. I'm gonna say there's a really good chance if you find anything LLD that it needs 2 sockets. And with very rare exceptions.
I can't carry anymore.
I actually needed one of these the other day. I was like, I need to find another one of these so I can put this on my din and fill it with bear runes and put it on my din. I was like, I need to find another one. I want it to be sexy, though. I want it to be a diadem. Boom, there you go. Nailed it.
I am overburdened.
That was sick, man. All right, I'd say that's the first good find today, or at least it's the first keeper. It's the first keeper. I actually already have I think I actually have 2 or 3 of those. I just didn't want to have to search for them. But I think I have 2 or 3. We have found those before. It's definitely a keeper. Might be something I passively mention in the letter home to mom, but you know, it's certainly not like a jaw-dropping, hold on, I need to go change my pants sort of moment. You know, and look, we don't expect those. We're just kind of going through, and whatever we get, you know? Whatever we get. We are Diablo 2 elitists, and there's a lot of things that we see that we just charsey that other people would keep. You know, it's how it is. There's a lot of people out there that get excited about things. Oh, it's Worldstone Keep terrorized right now? Holy shit. Holy shit, bud. That's a good TZ, man. That's a really good TZ. You're doing it? Kind of want to join my boy for some TZ. Dude, I'm so close to 98 on my Zan. And if I ever want to be like Muchez, I need to level the Zan. Do we want to do it? Is there any pre-telly bail runs? I bet they're already taken. I bet they're already filled up. Yeah, dude, we got to do it. We're so close. I'm not sure if I'm going to get there, but it's so hard to level on non-ladder, too. You have to, wait for these opportunities. So, all right, we're doing it. You get to see the God Zan. All right, yeah, Bill, just keep making the gold. We could have mods that go in there that need gold. So, you got to keep making it. All right, we're going to look for TZ Bale. All right, this one looks like it's done. Bale 03. This one might already be done, too, because that game was 4 minutes old. Alright, we're gonna see if we can pick up a pub. It could be trash. If they kill Bale, it's certainly trash. We go look for another game.
I can't.
They don't even invite, so yeah, probably trash. Bale Walk, that's trash. Nim says he can run one? Oh, shit. Yeah, way too late for that, bud. Yeah, they always fill up. Oh, okay, all right. You got this? You got this? Pock Bale. 1. GG, brother. All right, well, you never know how this could go. So what we're going to do is we are going to pour out some of this stuff on a night like tonight. Get the good stuff going. Get ready for some bales. It's gonna be a good one. Bale TZ, the best way to level, let me tell you. Get ready for it, guys. It's gonna be violent. It's gonna be Bailey. But you never know. We might be able to find something here, too. All right, man. Pock Bale. Let's get in here. Let's get battle ordered up. Never know what could happen. We are very close to 98. We don't need any mishaps going on. Don't need any mishaps. Don't need nothing like that happen. 2. All right, going to 2. 2 is full. I'll wait for 3. 3 soon. Holy shit! Last Bulbasaur, bro. Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, man. Appreciate that membership. Big cheers to you. That's huge, brother. Yeah, we're just gonna sit here and spam. This might look a little awkward, but we're just waiting for Jobby, whoever that is in the chat. Wait for him to make the next game. Wait for it at the moment. All right. All right. I won't spam so maniacally. No, I guess I will. Wave 4 is pretty close. Wave 4 is close. You never know what's going to happen. Are you shitting me? It's already full. It was like full immediately. All right. Well. 96 TZ Bale -03. Taco Bale 1. Whoops. Taco Bale 1. That was crazy. That filled up immediately. Is it TZ96? It's TZ92. We need a 96. TZ Bale -2. Very, very high ping, but we're going to try it. Oh, for sure, for sure. I actually had a feeling that that might not work, but I didn't want to say it because then people might try it. But I was like, I bet there's people that are going to see this that are also going to snipe, that are going to try to snipe this. Could also just run our own. It takes a long time to telly there on a Zan, but we could try. All right, here we go. We're the DPS, it looks like. We're gonna be the big DPS. We've got... What is this? We've got a Zan, a Fire Doo-Doo, a Sorceress. Yeah, look at how bad these guys are. Holy shit. This ping is horrible, and we're still... We're gonna be the big DPS. Runic Talons. Worth a check. I'm gonna step back a little bit so we don't get ganked. Alright, you'll skip to 5 next? Alright, GG. Could also try to go private with it. We might have enough people interested in non-ladder bales to jam it private. It's possible. Yeah, all DFCs on non-ladder. There's not really a lot of duelers on ladder. There was like 2 last season. And the real duelers ain't trying to... Look at this, and these guys are doing Bale too, so this is actually really bad. Alright, so Pock Bale -5. Whoops, Pock Bale -5. Oh, 05. I think Pock doing Bale, trash. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Oh, really? No shit, dude. Low level tourney on ladder? Yeah, I feel like all of the tourneys on ladder are probably going to be that. Some special one-off, maybe an Iron Man. Wave 2 next. All right. We don't have to spam maniacally. We can jam. We can wait for the digital violence of Bale to commence. We just want to get up into that throne room. Deliver on the exacting DPS violence that this Zan is capable of. Get up in there, man. Yeah, everyone's allowed, man. Everyone. Pop on in. Wave 5 next. GG, Joby. Got him. All right, we up in there. The sad thing is that there's probably somebody who's slighted by that and people that are going to spam the next one too. So if we have to keep doing that, it's no worries. We'll just try to start our own game, see if we can get someone to teleport. You could just drop some dirty fucking TPs on these guys too. Piss them off, make them leave. Drop fucking dirt trash for them. Just complete cabbage TPs. Yeah, we could. We could go Prive. Wanna go Prive? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that even if people leave this Joby, I bet we could find some fine people. I bet we could find some fine people here that would want to join. I bet we would have some peeps. Fuck you, Joby. I see what you're doing. Fuck you, Joby. All right. I fucking see what you're doing, alright? I just want to send out a big fuck you, alright? This fucking guy, I'm squelching Joby. This fucking guy, I want to hear a goddamn word from him. Fucking squelched. Okay. Just squelched Joby. Okay. Best decision I ever made. Best decision I ever made in Diablo 2. Squelch Joby. Free Joby. Oh damn, 59 mil on the ground? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, it's a hell of a day for free gold. We did see a nice little TZ pop up here, so we gotta do it. We gotta do it. There's very limited opportunities to level so savagely on non-ladder, right? It's not as competitive, not as populated in the leveling scene, like especially with grinding TZs, as it is on ladder. So you got to take advantages. And look how close we are to 98, man. We're 81% of the way there. Wow, that's nice. That's an incredible shoot his temper. It's got, look at this. It's got a perfect 30 to energy, perfect fire roll, 3 to all skills. Holy shit. Wow. And a flickering flame. Wow, these look like things I used to own and that I might have like loaned to somebody. No, that's not one. That one sucks. That Phoenix sucks. I wouldn't own a Phoenix like that. That fucking sucks. My Phoenixes are all like 396 plus. This is the worst Phoenix I own. 15% superior base, 396. Trash. Want a barb combat GC ladder? No, I should be good, man. $97 is what it is. 97 is the level of our Zan. Oh yeah, I mean that's true too. And honestly, I was actually thinking about picking up. Thanks for the reminder. I was thinking about picking up more accounts, because it's on sale right now for like another day, and I was thinking about actually doing that and like degenning it, maybe next ladder or something, and just degenning it. Just complete degen, having like 8 accounts and just jamming it, dude. The game seed never changes. So once you're on a game seed, that game seed never changes. Now here's the one thing that I don't know is that if RNG in the game is based on the game seed and something else, such as like the time, you know, like that could be something that they base it on. That's why I say at this point it's a theory, meaning it's a hypothesis that's been tested and is repeatable, but there may be other things that are involved with it that need to be explored. I mean, it appears as though it's very true at this point. Through a lot of testing, there's some things that we can't possibly know. This Sork is weak following a coolie build. I knew it was a bad idea to unmute that Joby guy, whoever that is. I knew it was a horrible idea. I knew I should have never done that. Should have kept him muted. Well, that's at least for super chests, that one shy guy. That has been proven for super chests, but it's unknown for abilities that roll on the items. Like, it could be. There's evidence to support that it may also be based on the number of items in your inventory and all of this. But Game Seed certainly has something to do with it. Like, so for example, there's evidence to suggest that rune word rolls are not based on amount of items in your inventory, what you've done, actions you've made in the game. And that's very easy to prove. All you have to do is just go make a single player game and inject the same seed every time, go do whatever you want, and then roll the exact same rune word every time. And you will notice that it rolls exactly the same, regardless of what you've done in game, how many items you have, your item placement, all of this. It's independent rune word rolls. So rare item rolls and all of this, there's evidence to support that it could be based on those other factors as well. So like potentially how many helms you've kept may have something to do with it. But we do know that at least the game seed is partially responsible for the abilities that roll on items. Yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of factors that it could be based on. I will say though, as far as time and date goes, I just threw that out there as a random example. As far as time and date goes, there's evidence to support that is not factored into the equation. But again, you never know. There's just things that we can't really know. Like we can't and won't know.
Salutations.
I want to give Rune a present. Who is Rune? And feel free. As far as Rune presents go, it's going to be hard, man. We got 8 players in this game jamming the TZ, but after the TZ, dude, if you want to give something to somebody on non-ladder, I think that'd be great. I think that'd be cool, man. I think there's a lot of people that would appreciate it. Dude, I actually do that guy. Like, when there's BM people in the game, I actually, I do that. I have 4 multis, or 3 multis at this point. So what I'll do is we'll just, like, PK them and NK them, and when they leave, just spam the game so that you get in with a multi. Yeah, I do that. I think it's a great idea. It's a good tactic against people. It's why there's people like John Wick, who he's a very experienced BM player. Like, this guy knows all the tricks. So he probably won't leave the game. It's very rare to kill him because the only way to make him leave the game is to chicken him. He runs mods, so you can chicken him. I've done it plenty of times, but you have to be ready because he'll rejoin immediately. I have an anti-mosaic sin smiter build? Really? I'd be very interested in seeing a max roll on that. I think I have an idea of what you might use, but I'd be very interested in seeing that. Instant Vex Rune? Ladder or non-ladder? John Wick BMs for a living. I saw him at 5 a.m. and played on and off all day. He was there every time I checked in within a 16-hour period. Yeah, dude, he certainly does. This guy legit no-lifes the BM. It's rather impressive. Like, he has devoted a very good portion of his life to BMing pub games in Diablo 2. And I say, man, if you're playing games and you're having fun with them, you're doing what you want to do, that's great, man. But wow. Yeah, it is a lot. We've theorized who hurt him and what happened, but I can almost tell you, you used to see people like this all the time in LOD that would sit there in BM games, especially with multis. They all fit a very specific profile, and I can almost tell you right down to a T what happened to them. They stepped into a game, either someone BM'd them, or they dueled against one of the top dudes, couldn't figure it out. They got called, their build got called BM or something, and they got so pissed because they didn't understand dueling, and they just said, yeah, well, you know what, because I'm getting treated so bad for, having my T-Gods and dual Wisp and trying to oversorb this guy because I can't beat him, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say fuck all these rules, and I'm just going to load up multis in games and just terrorize them because someone hurt me. So instead of getting good, they legit get gay.
Why get good when we can get gay?
It's very true, man. It happens. That's their mentality. That's their motto. That's what they do. And honestly, I can kind of understand it. I can kind of understand it because I think I'm sort of like that to a degree. Only I don't commit a lot of my life to BMing games. I actually commit it to learning how to out-gay a build that I'm dueling. I can't make a room right now, brother. Can't make a room. But after this TZ, I will be able to. Does Sword Smiter use G-Angel? That's what I was thinking he might use. You really have to I think if you're making an anti-mosaic sin build, you really do have to you have to sorb elements, but then additionally, if you're really making an anti-mosaic sin build, you probably have to have some adequate DR too. Because if they notice that you're sorbing the elements, they'll just start charging up on the, or they'll focus on physical hits as well. It's totally possible to do that. Mosaic Sin is so busted in a lot of ways. Like, it's kind of good that the charges don't last long, because in PvP, man, that's bad. It's bad news when someone decides to BM a game like that. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, brother. After this terror zone, we've fought hard to get into a good game like this with a good group. We've fought hard. That's true, I guess, Sound. If it's pure physical DPS, that's true. Yeah, I guess you might not have to worry about it if you have your smiter built right. This is non-ladder softcore, the predominant way that many of us play. Many of us PvP players. That's honestly why we've kind of gone out of our way for this terror zone too. Because it's a really good terror zone to level, and you don't get many good opportunities like that on non-ladder. And the reason, I just want to show you one of the reasons why we would absolutely trash a Griffin's that's not close to perfect. We have this. This is non-ladder online. Alright, like, I'm not sure if you know all the stats that can roll on a Griffin's, but this is largely thanks to a forfeited prize from Muchez right here. Right? But this is a prized possession I will keep for the rest of my life. I might even personalize this as Muchez's Griffin's Eye, because I'm not sure if anybody knows about Muchez, the current DFC HLD reigning defending champion, but this guy is fucking wildly in-game rich, right? Got the perfect Zan gear. He runs a Zan, first of all. That should tell you everything that you need to know, right? This guy is a competitive PvP Zan player. This guy's got some gear, right? But additionally, holy shit. This is something he gave up for a prize, right? Like, gave up for a prize to give out at the DFC. Yeah, so it's like, it's got to be, yeah, Muchez OP, dude.
Good afternoon.
And yeah, we actually awarded it to Dazer. Their Fight of the Night prizes is essentially what they are. And Dazer was like, I don't need that. Do what you want with it. And I said, I know the perfect thing to do with this. I've been searching for one of these my entire life. Ever since I came out of my mom's womb with a backpack ready to step into school, I was so ahead of my time. Step into school and play some D2. I said, I need me one of those. Didn't even exist yet. I just knew. This could be a perfect Geeds. It's not. A Zan is the character we're on right now. It's one of the characters in Diablo 2. It's the most OP character class in PvP. Most busted, unless you're on a smiter, then it seems easy, seems free. For dueling, hell yeah. For dueling, non-ladder is like the place to be. It's got the best duelers, and it's probably the most active for dueling. But I mean, there's different tiers of activity based on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to level, probably the best place to do that in the timeliest fashion is ladder. If you're not running loaders, like that's another thing that I'm kind of interested in doing is running loaders so that I can like more easily get my non-ladder tunes to 99. I have 6 99s right now. In search of more. Half of them are dins.
What do you need?
Oh, so I recognize now not a lot of people know about the Zan. Okay, so while it's hard to pinpoint exactly when we started calling this thing a Zan, it has something to do with not wanting to give this character too much respect because of the respect that it commands in PvP. So it's almost the thing that we do to passive-aggressively insult the Amazon. You know, because we would like to think that whenever a Zan player hears their character class pronounced as that, it is slightly tilting and makes them not want to play it. That's all we can hope for. But we are passive-aggressively not giving the Zan the full respect that she commands. Right? And maybe someone will hear us say that. They'll be like, "Wow, that sounds really stupid. That sounds fucking stupid." And I would never play a class named a Zan. Good, we have mission accomplished. We've done D2 a favor. D2 PvP, we've done it. God, I really hate how that guy pronounced Zan. I'm never playing that class. That sounds like it sucks. He's probably calling it because it sucks. Yeah, it's the same as calling Pikachu rat. Oh, Jewel. Okay, so we're only keeping this Mavs if it's 100% P. People might think that it rolls, like they're like, wow, the stats always roll the same on Mavs. Well, the top tier players may know that there's one stat that can roll different, and you won't know, but you don't even need to ID it to know. It's this stat, defense. It should roll 60. It didn't. It's not perfect. So we trash it. But even then, I found a perfect one on ladder, so I don't even know if I need to keep this anymore. I don't know if I want to plug my inventory up with a perfect Mavs. We already have one. I told you, man, right at the top of the stream, there should be no surprise, all right? D2 elitists up in here. There's a lot of options, a lot of things we could find, but I mean, we are such D2 elitists, we made a Zan. Look, we made a Zan, man. We started making a Zan. So we've got to be... Got the 1337 Elite Enigma. I'd like to think that that's not 100% P, or is it? That's what I say. It's not 100% P, or is it? Think about it. 1337 Enigma Great Hauberk. Elite, bro. They're like, that's not Zan material. That's not 100% perfect. Is it? Is it not, though? What do you think? I'd rather have that than a 775. You gotta work more on that. I know, dude. My gear sucks. My gear is so bad, man. Look at this. This is 2 defense off from 100% perfect. That's not the kind of Zan energy we need. It's not the kind of... We need to really step up our Zan game. I need to get... Though, after I actually have this girl decked out with Javs, because essentially what I really need to get is more 32020s, or more 3XX lifers. I don't own a 32020. closest I have, I think, is on one of my melee characters or my barb, and it's a 319-20. It's the closest one I have. But I have better LLD gear than I do HLD. My LLD gear is on point. Multiple 3XX, high AR roll 3x15s. I mean, I've always loved LLD, so that's my home, dude. It's kind of crazy at level 97, isn't it? Like, it's actually kind of crazy at 97. Especially in a P8 game where you're splitting experience. Terror zones were some of the best things that these guys ever did. Terror zone's so clutch. You just started LLD on LOD? How is it over there, dude? I haven't been over there in a while with LLD. In fact, the last time I went over there, I just popped in randomly with a character decked out with hybrids, which is something they really frown on over there. I PK'd everybody in the room with dual Grief of Honor and Enigma of Peace, along with like decked out inventory, decked out gear. Just teleport, tele-stomping with basically dual Grief at level 30. And then I said Fax was here, blamed it on Fax, and then I went AFK. That was the last time I went to LLD. 26 minutes, my dude. 26 minutes when this TZ is over. And are you on ladder or non-ladder for the donation?
How may I be of help?
Oh yeah, so dead. I mean, I popped in randomly. There was 2 people dueling, which was surprising. This was probably a year ago that I did that. It was very surprising. But I would bet it's dead. I mean, it's not a huge community in general. And when you figure that a lot of people, including some of the toxic people that said they would never leave LOD, have come over to D2R, you know that it's probably dead. Like I said, it was a very small community to begin with. And now when you start splitting it up over the same game but two different ways to play, it gets even smaller. Oh yeah, the mods, some people think the mods are bad in like hardcore D2R. It's like, dude, if you only knew the mods that were going on, the actual G mods that existed in LOD, that still do exist in LOD. There was somebody in the Discord showing off their PvP mods before like D2R came out, being like, oh, check this out. It was nasty. I'm talking like graphic mods that changed your full rejuves to beers and stuff. Like, and that was scratching the surface. Like, I think I featured this in a recent video, semi-recent video, of like, you know, showing a flashback to those mods where like they would tell the health total of everybody in the game, the last known location, all of this stuff. It was crazy. Now, granted, some of the mods in D2R can do that, but on LOD they were so different. They were so much better. The PvP abilities of the Gmod in LOD were leagues above what they are in D2R. Now, it's not to say that D2R couldn't get there, but they were leagues above. Oh, for sure. And dude, just like we did in that video when we talked about jamming with PKing, like you can see that some of them are very predictable. Like there's like no one has programmed a D2R mod. I think it's going to take someone who's actually good at PvP to program a D2R mod to do really good PvP stuff. And it's so often the case that people that make those mods don't really have a full understanding of like great PvP techniques. But like, so for example, in D2R, there's a bit of a different cadence that you need for perfect timing. Like, you know, especially if you're a smiter, there could be mods out there for smiters that are incredibly BM and like incredibly hard to beat, but no one's programmed them yet. And it's really because a lot of people don't know what good timing looks like on a VT. I know exactly what it looks like, I just can't do it. It's so hard to do. But if there was like a Gmod that did it, and anyone could just load it up and practically be Marvel, that's insane. Marvel is in case you don't know, an incredibly good, but probably the best VT player that has ever graced Diablo 2. This guy's timing is impeccable, and by timing I'm talking about like your Smite FOH Telestomp combo. I think we did a short on this a little while back. There is such specific timing involved with that, especially if you repeat it and you keep doing it. You know, to rinse and repeat that, the timing needs to be impeccable. Like, you just need to have it down, muscle memory, second nature. And there's very few people out there that have that. There's very few people out there that can do it. And Marvel is one of those people, and he's on a different level. Guy's on a different level. Dude, I so felt like that the other day, God and Batman. Like, I totally felt that way last night. So I loaded up a VT. I just rebuilt my VT after leveling my third Din to 99. I finally put my VT gear back together, and I said, all right, let's try this, man. Let's give this another shot. I've practiced on the Din quite a bit. Let's give this another shot. Let's have some fun on the VT. And then, like, I realized why I had quit on the VT for so many times before. It is so hard. It is so unforgiving. It's technically a powerful build, but most people would never know, because it's only good. It's so heavily dependent on the skill of the pilot, and it's again so unforgiving. It's like you need it to be muscle memory, dude. There comes hundreds of hours of practice in mastering the VT. I was so discouraged after last night. I was sitting there struggling to get name locks, like struggling to, push the pressure, really having to practice that. And it's so frustrating. I'm like, this is why I probably gave up on VT and ended up going like with a melee character. Like, this is probably why. It's so mentally taxing. It's so difficult. Now, there are some characters that are easier than others, though. Certainly, if you're learning PvP, don't start on the VT. Not like a Zon, Sin, or Sork, yeah. Zon is like a... I think it comes down to the skill ceiling. Like, or the skill floor and the skill ceiling, right? So, like, if you start up with a Sin, the skill floor is very low. Meaning that, like, if you start on a Sin, you'll get kills and you'll understand the basics of it. It's kind of forgiving, you know what I mean? You'll understand the basics of it and be able to get going pretty early, like within a reasonable amount of time. Right away, you might get some kills. You might start feeling good, like you're learning the Sin. The Necro is the same way. Necro, Sin, Druid can feel like that as well. They have low skill floors, meaning that you could be pretty bad on those classes, and you'll still get kills, you'll still have fun. And then there's classes like the Zon, which the skill floor is a little higher with that. You can't just build a Zon and expect to win. Like, you kind of have to know some of the mechanics. You have to practice it a little bit, but you should be able to pick up on it pretty early and be like, okay, I kind of get this. And you'll have some success, right? And then there's classes like the Barb and the Din, where when you start up in PvP on a Barb or a Din, especially if you get paired against people who are good, you are going to feel like this is your first time ever playing Diablo 2. You're going to feel like you have a mental disability playing the build because you're so bad at it and you're getting killed by everything. And you're like, well, how am I so bad at this game? Unless you're playing a Hammered In, then you can just randomly spin and win sometimes. But even that requires a bit of a, has a bit of a higher skill floor. But if you're playing like VT or Barb, I have now practiced both of those builds for years, and I still feel like an absolute moron when I'm dueling. I feel like I've never played the game before, like I'm a noob, like I have to explain myself to people, like, hey, I'm dumb, I have a disability, don't pick on me. Like that's literally how I feel every game that I join with them. Like, they're so hard. Build a barb my first time and I feel like a noob. Yeah, dude, same here. I have a brawler that I would consider, like, I am very experienced on a brawler, I think, and I still feel like an absolute noob in PvP. Like, I missed that lock. I wasn't quick enough there, and now I'm dead. Like, I look like a slow noob. And it literally comes down to your speed, your ability to pick up name locks, like your reaction time, all of this, all comes into play. On the barb, on the VT, all of those things are big and very, very unforgiving. Yeah, extreme other level. And barb brings in a lot of stuff. Like, I would argue that the VT is the hardest class and most unforgiving, but a barb is very close. A barb at least has the random whirls that you can do for vicious damage. A VT has FOH if your opponent is a noob and not prepared for it. But the second you duel against someone who's good, you have no cheese outs. It's all, you need to get the name lock, you need to be quick, you need to know how to chain a lot of times. You have to, not only do you have to grab the name lock, right, but you have to quickly recenter your mouse in like a relatively close location to where it needs to be. Be ready to re-grab the name lock when you land. Like, there's so many things. There's so many technicalities for the VT. It's so unforgiving. It is the hardest class to learn. The highest skill floor in PvP belongs to the VT, and it's not even close. Like, literally, if you reach that floor, you're actually a good VT. When you start to get kills and people start respecting you in duels, and by respecting you I mean they're not dialing back and trying stupid creative things, they're scared of you. They respect your power as a VT. They treat you like a VT should be treated in a duel. When they're teleporting close and stomping you and chasing you and shit, you suck on the VT. They're doing that because you suck. They have no respect for you as a VT. When they start dueling right, you know you've reached the skill floor. On console, it's a good question, T. I'm not immediately aware, but I'm sure they're out there. I know that the scene on console isn't as big as it is on PC. Enigma on VT, no idea what you're doing. Yeah, you gotta have Enigma on VT, dude. You've gotta be able to teleport. You can't just like throw a fort on and be like, I smite really hard. Okay, well, that's great. People are just gonna teleport circles around you and you're gonna get ganked bad. Like, you need to be able to push the pressure on a VT. You can't just wait for the pressure to come to you, because it never will. Like, you have to go looking for trouble on a VT. And that's why it's so hard. You have to create opportunities. You have to look for trouble. You have to capitalize on it. You have to know what to do at any given moment. Like, literally, when you smite someone, you got to know, okay, those swirlies are going to last 6 seconds. So I can act like I lost my name lock, go grab the name lock, get the FOH. That's the next thing I'm looking for. I get the FOH. Now I need to perfectly time my tele stomp. And then when I get that, I then have to re-grab the name lock so that I can do it again. But after I get that smite, now they have immunity frames, so I have to FOH, perfectly time that, and stomp again. Like, there's so... When I say the skill floor is high, I'm not kidding. Like, those are the skills you need to be an effective VT.
At your service.
Yeah, theoretically, you could use tele charges, but unfortunately, with the way that D2R is, or that D2 is in general, you only get 25 charges. It's really weird. I would say you're completely correct and you don't need Enigma if charges, instead of rolling 25, rolled up to like 250 or 300 charges. Then you might be able to get away with no Enigma. But the charges just aren't plentiful enough on a lot of the teleport charged items for PvP anyway. They might be for PvM. Like, you might be able to get away with 25 tele charges if you're teleporting to the Chaos Sanctuary or something like that. Very predictable, like, 8 teles will get you to the star when you're CTing. Like, very predictable, very good, right? But in PvP, it's like, you got players like Muchez that switch their CT directions on you to confuse you, so you have to backtrack. You have, players that are all, like, sorceress players who know anything about CTing will CT escape you all the time, so you'll have to go looking for them. Like, you're not... 25 charges will last you a few seconds. Yep, Vindicator Templar. Yep, Smite main. Yep, thank you for explaining that. Appreciate you, Primo. Yeah, it's Smite main, and there's a lot of variations of the Vindicator where people, can focus on charge or other skills, but time and time again, FOH has been proven to be the best backup skill there, like for the most scenarios. It also allows you to combo, so you kind of helps to have the damage there too. All PvP paladins should have 1 point into FOH, not because it does any damage, but because it allows you to combo. And if you're not comboing, you're not dinning. And if you ain't dinning, you ain't winning. It's how it is. Might sound gay, but you know how it is.
Why get good when we can get gay?
Very true, man. Very true. I look for ways to do that on a din all the time. Some say my Widowmaker is gay. Some say that, look... Some say, Cooley, I have questioned your sexuality ever since I saw you use a Widowmaker on your paladin. Those people have every right to feel that way. Because you gotta... If you can't din, you gotta win, and sometimes you gotta get creative to do that. Need a +1, password Z. Alright, hey, thanks. Yeah, we got 10 minutes left of this TZ. Hawk space Bale-24, password is Z if anybody wants in. If anybody wants to join the last minutes of these terrorized non-ladder TZ runs, level 96. We got a 3-socket 20 cast helm, and then this area got terrorized, so we took a break because it's really hard to level on non-ladder unless you're using loaders. So we said, all right, we're going to take this opportunity, try to level up the Zan a little bit, and we got about 6% or 7% experience so far this hour, man. Look, we got 24 hours to gamba. You never know when the next TZ is going to hit. Yeah, they call those TVs, unironically, they call them TVs that focus on FOH first. And while it might sound fun, and it's probably okay for pubs, I actually set mine up like that and quickly respect to a VT. Because FOH doesn't do a lot of damage. It only does damage to noobs who don't know to just put on a T-Gods, and if you're dumb enough to use Conviction just to stack up the res. I should probably explain that too. I say dumb enough to use Conviction because here's why good duelers don't use Conviction. 2 reasons, right? First and foremost, people can plan around it and overstack, and then you've wasted 4 points down your skill tree that could have been used on FOH damage. But then also, it forces a left-click FOH, which, if you're trying to chain, is not ideal, because if your FOH is on right-click, you can both left-click and right-click chain. But if it's on left-click, you can't chain at all. So... yeah, it's a weird thing, but It comes down to that high level PvP play. It's why a lot of people don't left click. Well, I guess you could technically chain with it on left click, but it's left click chain, and I think you're doing it with an aura. I actually can't even fathom how you would do it. You'd have to, no, you grab the lock with FOH, switch to smite, do a couple of steps, then telly. Okay, no, I got it. You could left click chain, but it's not ideal, takes longer, more predictable. That's right, I forgot. Joby does left click chaining. And Primo switched back to left click FOH, no kidding. Bro, you just helped me so much. Hey, there we go. Joby's VT video, man. That's one from way. Is that the most recent one from D2R, or is that the same one from way back in the day? Left click is good, especially on H10. I mean, I think the same thing applies to an H10. As what I would consider an H10 main, I FOH on right click. For the same reason, because I can FOH and if you got the chain down and you got the FOH telly stomp, it's easier to just swap to teleport, and you can land frames faster, which can make all the difference. You can theoretically land on the first possible frame with a right click FOH. And I don't know if that's possible on left click FOH because you have to take a couple of steps. You have to like FOH, and then as soon as you can let go of the animation so that it will go off, you switch to smite, take 2 steps, and then teleport. So you could theoretically catch them in their stun animation, but you'd have less time to get your smite going. So it's based on what I know, it's faster to do right click FOH, and when speed is everything in the combo, you probably should be doing that. You don't need to step with telly on FOH. How? Does not compute. Could be a perfect Geeds. It's not. You can do right click for both. Oh, hold on, this is news to me. You can do right click for both. Only thing with right is you can only land 1 smite, then time the FOH. With left click FOH you can.
Can I help you?
Okay, so hold on. I need to hostile someone in a game next and see this, because I have to think through this. Grab the FOH with the left click. Grab it with the left click, and then how do I teleport? How do I chain teleport after that without taking a step? I don't understand what I would do. Throw me? Oh, throw lock? Do you swap to throw? That could theoretically do it. Right click. You commit a single smite. Hit. Oh, okay. So you right and like aura lock them. Okay, so you're teleporting in. So you're essentially FOH is only on the left click out of formality at that point. So you're still like right click chaining. Yeah, strange. This might be high-level, unnecessary talk for a lot of people. We're talking through, like, the process of chain locking in PvP, which is where you basically... You make it so that your opponent can't just teleport away without you being right on top of them. They teleport, 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 and you're always right on top of them. Like, attacking them, stunning them. Like, they're just trying to run away from you. get up out of there. They're like, oh no, I'm in trouble, I'm gonna teleport away. But they're getting FOH stunned, stomped, stunned, stomped, stunned, stomped. Like that's the chain. That's essentially what you want to do as a Din to deliver the most amount of PvP damage and harassment. Any good? What are the stats? Let me know. Or if I can get a, I can see what channel did you post it in. Let me see. See if I can take a peek real quick. Is it in the chat room? Oh, I see it. Okay. Oh no, that's a summoning druid one. What channel did you post it in? I'll check it out. Cool. Why you play D2 OG rather than the remake? This is the remake. It's exactly like Smite Lock. So Smite Lock, Telelock, except you FOH lock, Telelock chain. My brain's breaking. Someone told me to press Alt F4, then my internet cut out, so they think I fell for it now. That's embarrassing. New Age eyes? Yeah, this would be the old graphics. It would look like this if we ran it old school. Oh, there it is, man. GG. Bail time. Let's jam it. Gotta check those for F. Those could be $17,000 axes. You never know. Alright, let me know if you're still up. I know there was someone looking to give, I believe, non-ladder or ladder gear, whichever. I'm available now after this TZ. If you still want to donate it, we'll probably end up donating runes to other people in the stream, regardless of ladder or non-ladder. Anything else though, we might have to take a skeptical eye at that, all right? See, and just go ahead and see what's going on with it. Hail to the King of Gold, Metropolitan Jesus. Hail to you, brother. Big cheers, big cheers. Oh shit! Speaking of King of Gold, you've stepped into the right place. Wow, what is going on here? Have you guys, Bill? You seeing this? This is violence. We've stepped into the right town here, haven't we? Whew, wow, man, we've gone back to town, and the streets are paved with gold, man. This is the time. Look, we get this event for a couple of days a year, and you never know how long you're going to have to abuse it for. So I say we jam this until it's unjammable. Let's go, man. Let's go. We've got something pretty decent. We actually found a diadem so far. We found this 3-socket 20 cast diadem. It didn't roll perfect defense, unfortunately. I think I don't know if that's anti-perfect. Actually, I'd have to look this up, but I think 54 defense, it's either anti-perfect or it's right in the middle. 15 forum gold a week. They just raised their price, and apparently he hired some help. Raised his price, hired some help. If you are a channel member, it's in the. We have another game that this gold making person who we pay forum gold to every week, albeit a small amount, has made. All right, and this too can be yours. All right, if you're in the VIP channel in any way, Twitch member, Twitch sub, channel member, anything, it's in the VIP channel. So feel free to join that one, pick it up. This is the mod game right here. If you're a mod, you can pop into this one, grab some gold. Please don't troll. If they get trolled, let me know. If they stop doing their job over there and they stop making gold, let me know. This is the 22 Nights of Terror Infinite Gold Day event. Yep, we took a little bit of a break because, dude, the throne room was terrorized, man. We had to get up in there. We had to capitalize on it. We had to do what we had to do. What does anti-perfect mean? It means it rolled the opposite of perfect. So, like, let's say perfect defense is 60, but, like, the lowest roll that it could possibly be is 50. Anti-perfect would be a roll of 50. Meaning, you take the highest roll, do the exact opposite. So, my charms on this girl are anti-perfect, right? This is an anti-perfect sin torch. It's, instead of 20 all stats, it's the exact lowest. Same with the Annie. It's an anti-perfect... It's an anti-perfect Annie, right? 10, 10, 5, the lowest possible stats you can roll. I'd like to consider those a little bit of a trophy item, okay? Albeit a small one. As you can see, we don't completely trash those. We kind of hold on to those for mules. Those are mule items right there. Little mule trophies. Oh, man, we gotta... What is this, man? We gotta get the shades. If we're gonna be up in here, we've got to do this right, man. What is this? This is... What are we doing? If we're gonna have riches, we gotta be ready to go. We gotta be ready to jam, slam, Alabama, cram all of the gambling that we possibly can in on this day. We gotta get ready to find the godlies, even though we don't have the expectations to. We've got to... Yeah, what do you mean, how did we buy this? Did you see all the gold in Act 1? We've got some of it here on the table. Don't you even think about taking it. It's a decoration. Don't you even think about that, all right? We're in here. This is just our chill room. Come on in, grab a drink, have yourself a seat on the sofa back there, over there, whichever one. But they're both pretty comfortable. But we're gonna need these things if we're gonna jam. All right, let's get in there. Let's go back to town. Let's kick some ass. All right, rune and item. Are we talking ladder or non-ladder? All right, what game? Ladder, non-ladder, what mode? Ladder? All right, let me know game, bro. And I'll join up. I will be on a character named God, and he will be level 99. That is my only ladder character. All right, I'll make a room. Making room. All right, I'm making a game called Dono 1 Password X. Being normal. Dono 1 Password X. How much room do I need? I've got 8 squares. Look at this, Tal Rasha Sork. This guy's jamming and hamming it right up here on ladder. Rogue Citadel. What's up, Tyler? We hit a 20 cast 3 socket helm diadem. That was pretty sweet. Other than that, not much. We did take a break for a TZ. All right, brother. What you got, my dude? Or is this you? Is this you in game? What's your char name? Oh, there we go. Okay. Brave warrior? Oh, here he is. Okay, good stuff. Holy cow, some ist runes. Thanks, man. All right. Who wants some ladder ist runes, man? Who wants some ladder ist runes? Thank you so much, man. This is super kind of you. All right. Well, look, I say this is what we do, man. We've got an ist rune for you. There you go. Free ist rune courtesy of our boy. This guy right here, Brave Warrior. This guy is super brave. Just go ahead and join this game. Dono1, password X. Ladder ist runes for all. We've got, well, at least 12 people, all right? Ladder ist runes for 12 people. Look at this, spreading the love, man. Spreading the love. What a time it is to be alive. Ladder ist runes for many, many. Wicked One Ball, what's up, man? This guy is actually, look, this guy is a channel member, so he gets 2. Sorry, I hate to pick favorites. Okay? But I'm just saying. All right? Ladder ist runes until we run out. All right, this guy's wearing, yeah, the Rizzler. He's got some charisma, you can tell. He's wearing purple armor. Oh, whoops. Hold on. That was Brave Warrior. Holy shit! Dude, is this perfect? Hold on. Hold on, is this perfect? I have to look this up. Rune words? Here. Bro, what? It's not, but it's perfect minus 60 cold res. Holy shit. That's still pretty good. That's... Holy fuck. What are you doing, Brave Warrior, giving us all these fake items? That one poofed. I don't know what happened to it. What the fuck? Oh, that was... What are you duping? What are you duping? Holy shit. Hey, brother, thanks so much, man. I appreciate that. Big cheers to you, dude. Big cheers. Wow, that's crazy. I have a crazy build I want to try with that. I've been trying to roll one forever. Bro, big cheers. Much, much appreciated. Hell yeah, look at this. Big old melee charm right there, too. That's crazy. We could have used something like this on the 99 grind. All right. I'm gonna make the next game. Well, let's see here. Oh, we've got this guy. Oh, look at that. Yep. This is... Look, we're just gonna drop this. This is... That might be... Someone might need it. But we definitely don't. That's... A Hoto? Holy shit, a 40 Hoto too. What is this? Look at this guy, Brave Warrior, the man, the myth. This is a 40 Hoto, bro. All right. I'm gonna make the next game. All right, so that we give people a chance to get in here, because it looks like it's getting pretty filled up. All right, I guess it isn't now. I guess we've got some people in here. Northern Lights. I'm filled up, bro. I'm filled. An Ist rune for all. Oh, he missed it. An Ist rune for all. Ladder Ist. Is there any melee characters in here? Let me see. Any like big melee hitters? Look at this. Re-inert. This guy. He looks like, you know what? He's a Tesla-din. He's trying to swing. He's trying to swing at stuff. Look at this. I bet he would love this. This would be a great gift. He's trying to swing. But we got any big casters up in here? Hold up, we've got Istrun for all. Look at that. If a character named Cooley and everything, level 1. Look, he might have just, that guy might have just created another dude. Look, I have no idea. But look at this. Oh, look at this. This is another melee charm right here. Dude, big cheers to Brave Warrior. What a generous guy. And this is a 210, 20 dex, the 9 all res, massive poison res amulet here. We got a, you know what? We've got you're a lucky guy. You're a lucky Din player, my dude. Lucky Din player. All right, I'm going to make the next game to give people a chance to get up in here. I'm going to make the next game. It's going to be Dono 2 Password X. All right, Ladder Istrun. We have 1 left, and we've got a nice little melee charm for people coming in here with a character that swings at things. That's it. There's this, you know what? This sorceress, this poor sorceress is using a bow. You're gonna need yourself a 40 Hodo, bro. You're gonna need yourself a 40 Hodo. You look like a sorceress that could use an Istrun.
Thank you.
Dude, big thanks to Brave Warrior. This guy's a savage. All right, I need some character that swings at things in here. There's a lot of sorceresses, and this charm is pretty sick. This doesn't go to a Sork, though. This goes to somebody who swings at things. All right, I need someone who swings at things, much like this barbarian. You come in here with a brawler. This is yours, dude. You come in here with a brawler like this guy. Come in straight brawler style. I'm Basketball Man. That's the nickname. Thanks, Basketball Man. Big cheers to you, brother. That's awesome. Really appreciate that. You made a lot of people's day here this holiday season. Happy New Year to you, my dude. Oh, he's Fury. Okay, well, yeah, that makes total sense. He's got himself. He's a Fury druid. Yep, that totally makes sense. That's it. It's all yours. All yours. Thank you. All right, GG, man. That was an awesome donation. And hey, thank you. So, Basketball Man, thanks for your patience, too. I know it was kind of it was odd timing there with, you know, doing the TZ and all that, but I appreciate your patience coming in and donoing to people like that, man. Holy shit, that was wild. Let's tip one back to this guy, man. That was friggin' crazy. The generosity. Really, really appreciate it, man. Big cheers. And that being said, let's get in here. Let's get us some stuff. Yeah, you love seeing that, man. You love seeing people pass on good stuff in Diablo 2 like that. It really is a good shining example that there's good people in the D2 community. Every once in a while, you join a pub game, you might run into someone, you know, that just griefs your game, drops dirty TPs. Screw those guys. What are they doing? It's so good to see that there's some people who give items like that away. Not just cheap and easy items, but items worth something, man. That's really cool. Made a lot of people's day. Basketball Man Mania, Korean nickname. GG, man. Yeah, I wasn't going to try to pronounce the Korean name as seen. I wasn't going to try it. Thank you so much, Basketball Man. Another big cheers to you, dude. That's wild. Crazy, dude. Made a lot of people's day here. See, look at this. Even sound encroaching on this game. He recognizes the seed over here. He sees this 2-socket seed, and he freaking wants a piece. That's what it is. Sound is up in here. He knows I kept this game because of the 2-socket seed, and this guy wants it. And I keep rolling these high life 3 skillers. This guy, he wants a piece, dude. I'm telling you. I'm dropping that Shadow Disciplines one. I'm not keeping it, but just in case sound is like, oh, no, that's actually good. I think it's trash, but just in case. Yeah, technically the first time this year. Yeah. The only thing with 2 people gambling in a game is that you will notice every once in a while, we'll see if we can get the message here when both of us are gambling. Every once in a while, you'll get a failed gamble. It'll be like, server requests cannot be completed or whatnot. It's the only drawback, but if you're only doing like 6 items at a time, like I'm doing, it's rare. If you're doing like amulets or something, it starts getting ridiculous. If one of you is doing amulets, every time you try to gamble, it's just trash. Like, you just get trolled. Circlets isn't bad. It happens every once in a while, but... Oh, only 20 faster run walk? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's almost gotta be the 30, man. It's like gotta be the 30. This was a very close Immortal Sork helm right here. Very close. Needs to be 30, needs to be 120, and then needs to get 2 sockets to even hope up to hold a candle. The other stuff that's out there, but look at this. If you don't think seeds are a thing, we found and kept something very similar to this already in this game. We found a perfect 25 DR 3 shape shiftings, and it's gonna spawn again. Because seed magic, man. Just seed magic. Don't tell Joby, though. He says seeds don't exist. There's no such thing as them. By the way, I also want to give a cheers to Joby. This guy just ran private bales for us in a TZ for an entire hour. I think that was something really cool to do. So big cheers to Joby. Thank you so much for doing that, man. That was huge. We were sitting there kind of shopping for bail games. Here it is, guys. I cannot complete that request. That's what happens. Like I said, it doesn't happen a lot when you're gambling circlets, but if anybody is gambling on, like, amulets, like, we could troll hard just by doing this. Now poor Sound is sitting there trying to gamble helms, and he just keeps failing, right? It's because we're not giving him many frames to get in there and actually do it. Poor Sound. Is this good? Max damage, masteries, level 18, 5 dex, mana, cold res, light res. Dude, there's no shot this isn't good, right? Well, I guess you have angelics at this stage, so you kind of would want life. Yeah, I think it's trash. It's unfortunate trash. Oh, wow, really? Hardcore ladder, you got 220, 19 life, 2 open sockets? That's not bad. That's a decent one right there, man. That's one that we wouldn't shake a stick at that one right there. That's a pretty solid one. That is a pretty solid one indeed. Crazy, man. It's time to get it. Let's get up in here, man. Let's make this happen. Let's do this right. I think boots are a fine thing to gamble for, man. They are a fine thing to gamble for. Sound is trolling us back now. Yep, there's less abilities that can roll on boots, so if you're actually gambling boots, you're probably winning. I haven't checked this seed with boots, but it would take a while, and plus we already know that it's a decent seed for circlets, so... It's a decent seed for circlets because of the... It has a tendency to spawn the mechanics mod, which is really good. But it also likes to spawn +2 to skills on rare helms. That's really cool. That's what we want to see. I think seeds are real. Back to a 3 fire 20 FCR tiara. Yep, and have you noticed that we haven't found any +3 to skills 20 cast helms on this seed? It would suggest that it doesn't have a tendency to roll those two mods together. It's not to say it can't happen, but I would have expected after gambling so long to have seen more of those in this game or in any random game, but we've seen none. We haven't even seen skills plus cast spawn on a magic helm. We're more inclined to see something like this in this game. We've seen a ton of +3 to skills, almost 100 life helms. This is a great seed for these magic ones. I think I'm going to chuck that on the ground. I'm not actually sure. It's not perfect, so I probably won't keep it, but I don't feel good char-seeing it just yet. I don't feel 100% clean char-seeing it just now. I could char-see that, and then someone's like, "No, I actually NVN uses that or some shit." And it's like, yeah, it's close enough where I kind of want to give it some time, just in case. Just gamble to trash Griffins. If you're not on a good seed, I would totally switch your game. Congrats on gambling Griffins. But you'll never be able to get Griffins again in that game. So keep that in mind if you're on a trash seed, or, you know, might want to switch it up. You have 0 chance of getting Griffins again in that game. Actual 0. $114 attack rating, mana hit plus life hit 8. Oh, so dual leech attack rating 9 all res. That's decent, man. I like dual leech rings on brawlers, except they need such specific stats. Like you need mana leech more than dual leech. Honestly, dual leech is a nice little bonus, but mana leech is really what you want on a brawler, and even on like a Zan, if you're like a Boazon, you kind of want mana leech more than anything. And for PVM. And then you need so much stuff to go along with it. Like with a brawler, you would need like dual leech, AR, cast, resist, and mana. The last two would be sort of interchangeable, and sometimes cast is interchangeable. But mana is so clutch. Not only mana leech, but mana in general. Gotta stack up that mana, dude. Holy shit!
Hello. GL on the gamble. Bye, woozy face. Thumbs up.
By the way, I just gotta say, Dino, I finally get the chance to thank you live, man. I see all those super chats you do on the videos, bro. I can't thank you enough. Big cheers to this guy. Appreciate the 2-coin tip, my dude. Big cheers. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you. We're not hoping for luck. We're just shopping. You know, we're just shopping. Sometimes it's like you're window shopping. You don't really see anything you like or want to keep, but it's fun to just go and look. And that's kind of that's the expectations I have going in to the 22 Nights of Terror second gambling event this season. It's like there's a lot of things we can look at. There's a lot of opportunities to gamble the godlies, but we're not going to get too fired up about it. We're not going to set our expectations high. We're just going to accept whatever the game throws our way. We're just gonna accept it. Holy shit!
I'm just a ladder gameplay.
That's so crazy, man. That's so crazy. Bro, thank you so much. The basketball man. Also, with the dono. Big cheers to that. Not only a generous in-game dono for people, but a dono right to the streamer. Man, I can't thank you enough. You guys are turning up the heat. This is crazy. We got to get in there. Look, we're going to go to a secret place just for you guys, okay? But there's a couple of people I can't have you letting in here. All right? Got to make me that promise. All right? Let's do this. Let's get in there. Let's go to town real quick. Come on in. Not so fast, Lamp and Root. You can stay right out there in the vestibule. Right out there in the vestibule. That's right. Big cheers to Dino and the basketball man. Thank you so much, man. Come on in, have a drink, help yourself to whatever's on the wall back here. It's kind of old. This used to be Atma's bar. We came in, dominated Act 2, and we took it over. But it still has the same drinks in here. I never tried one. They don't look too appetizing to me. They say they get better with age, but you guys are more than welcome to try that out and let me know. Regardless, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. Big cheers. Means a lot. Welcome in. Come on in, have a seat. Let's get to it, man. Let's find something good. Let's start kicking some ass. But most importantly, let's tip some back to these guys. Keeping the lights on, keeping the candles glowing in this bar. Holy shit. It's wild. What? Dino coming in with another one. What is this, man? What is this? Another big cheers. Man, look, we'll tip him back. We'll tip him back, brother. All the time, man. I really appreciate that. Another 2 spot. Bro, like I said, I'm so happy I finally get to thank you live. And you know, that's really cool. I want you to know I've seen you for a long time, brother. I appreciate you. This guy, it seems like every time we put some vids out there, it's like then, you know, we spend so much time on it, and you know it's good because Dino comes in with that dono. It's crazy. Crazy.
Cooley. This is pure entertainment smile.
Ayo. Tomas Karopa. My guy, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying it, man. Look, we were so close with this. I thought with this helm right here, I thought that was going to be some pure entertainment. It was close, all right? It has all of the right abilities. They're just not quite there. But, bro, I just want to say, Tomas, thank you so much, man. Big cheers to you. Appreciate that 5-coin European tip, my dude. Holy. Depending on what part of Europe you're in, it must be getting pretty late for you guys over there. I appreciate you. Appreciate you tuning in, man. Yeah, we're trying to make it happen. We're trying to make the magic happen with some gambles over here. But the problem is, here's the problem with this gambling event and the current status of our Diablo 2 existence is that we are Diablo 2 elitists. We have done Charseed probably better stuff than most people have kept. All right, but it's all part of the plan, man. I feel like there's a lot of people who like to crank out the MF content, and you know, if you're going to compete with that, you got to be good. So we're just a little guy. We're just a little MF guy over here. So if we're gonna break our way into the big leagues, we need to get the good stuff. The stuff that when people see it, they call hacks, they call cheats. They change their trusty shitting pants. Those are the items we want to see.
First Gamba stream. Drunkest Cooley ever.
Not
Cheers.
What? Leroy, not at all. Not at all. Are you kidding? Come on.
FBI Mulder YouTuber equals my game friend.
No way. No way, basketball man. You're friends with Mulder? Dude, that guy is savage. I was so jealous of that guy's club that he had in our melee duel. I wanted that thing for my own. That thing was beautiful. Did you see it? Did you see that item he clubbed me over the face with? Holy shit, that thing was insane. Big cheers, man. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Also, Leroy, we're going to tip him back, bro. Big cheers to you. Look, this is nothing, man. This is what we do. It's not a... You don't get crazy, okay? This is fine whiskey. This right here is... What the fuck is it called again? Yeah, it's my favorite. It's Maker's Mark, all right? It's Maker's Mark. Shut up, Leroy. I can fucking hear you over there. I fucking hear you. All right? This is the good stuff. And, You don't just pound that, okay? It's like a... You have to enjoy it. And that involves... What you do is you take a sip and you kind of let your gums absorb it, right? Like, it isn't just something you pound. It's something you drink with fine dining and class. You know? Yeah, I know you were, bro. I know you were. Oh, yeah. Of course, it's a supersized bottle, man. You want to know the story behind that? Insomniac, really hell of a guy, good friend, messages me all the time, keeps me up to date with what's going on in his life, the cool stuff he's doing, big projects and all of this. Good dude. And he also, every once in a while, he'll pop on intermittently, and this is what he'll do. Inso will donate me like $50, and he'll be like, you need to go get yourself another bottle. And get one for me too while you're at it. So that's what we do every time. And the last time he did this, he donated $100. So I was like, all right, well, we got to get the supersize, man. We got to do it. So that was dope. One more present? Yeah, dude, I'm down for that. I'm down. I'll make a game in a sec. This one is a very interesting helm. It's a rep to full kind of dueler helm here, but it's rep to full. It's probably not the most GM of all helms, but it's perfect. That's the only reason I'm considering keeping this. It's 3 sockets, 15 life rep, which is perfect. So rep to full, sometimes you gotta... Sometimes in dueling, it isn't about how good you are. It's about some other things, all right? Like, you gotta call into question everybody's skill level by being... You know what it is. You know what it is.
Why get good when we can get gay?
I mean, it's what it is. All right, I'm gonna make a game on ladder. Dono 3 password X basketball man. This is ladder. I remember you saying you were only ladder, so I have, Josh. I'm liking it. Here's the thing that I'm doing with PoE is I'm kind of taking it at my own pace, and like I'm not following a build guide. I'm kind of playing it when I have time, and instead of like pushing and slamming and degenning all of the content like most content creators do with games like that, I'm trying to not be a content creator with it and be a player first. Like, I want to fall in love with the game if it's truly good. I want to have a genuine opinion of it, you know, and that's kind of how I'm approaching it. And having fun with it, man. It's good. PoE sucks after they removed the beetle farm. Oh, but they removed some farm already? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, lots are gonna change. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm also really not in a hurry. I know they're gonna patch a lot of stuff. Like, it's kind of crazy. Cryonesis? Is this a Breath of the Wild player? Look at this Breath of the Wild player. Mad props to that, dude. I love Zelda. We pay Bill 15 forum gold a week to basically slave away and make gold for us. That's what we do. Yeah, hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Joby. Joby, Lincoln, that's to the video right there, how you do it all year round, right? But specifically right now, you can do that with some pretty high-priced items. All you got to do is gamble on an amulet that's worth over 30K, right? Just to be safe. It could be worth less than that, but find yourself literally any item that's worth over 30K, not over 35, sell it to a vendor, and buy it back for cheaper. It's that's how to do it, man. Like right now there's a special event going on. Vex runes, holy shit! The basketball man coming in clutch. Look at this, holy shit. Thank you. This guy isn't done. If you thought this guy was done being generous today, you were wrong. All right. Vex runes, ladder Vex runes for everyone. Just because this guy is named Cryonesis and he plays Zelda, he gets the first Vex rune. All right. That is a clutch name. I love that name. All right. The next Vex rune is going to go to the best name. All right. Now there's a lot of people that are going to want Vex runes. Okay. You've got to have a good name. And a 35 Spirit Monarch. Okay. All right. Transporter. All right. Sainu, I'm pretty sure I recognize you. All right. I recognize you from the last game. You take this Monarch. All right. That is yours. You take that. Scourge. Wicked One Ball's ear. Holy shit.
Thank you.
That's worth so much. Dude, you get him. I don't know about these jewels. I'll probably just hold on to those for some trash budget stuff. I don't think, unless anybody wants them, I really don't think they're that good. I'm definitely holding on to Wicked One Ball's ear, though. He starts talking shit, we got massive leverage on this guy. We ain't even messing around. That's what. There he is. Don't you even think about talking shit, Wicked One Ball. We got that ear. You know how much? It's like the ultimate shit talking right there. Like, what'd you say? What was that, Wicked One Ball? Say something. You know? He's just giving us the ultimate negotiating tool. That's kind of cool. He actually killed him, so that's worth a Vex rune. Yeah, I say that's worth a Vex rune. You want a Vex rune? Thank you for that ear. That's probably worth two. I got a deal on that. $19.19 Necro Torch. Holy shit. All right, hold on. We gotta make some space. Dude, holy shit. Thank you, man. 1919 Necro Torch. We ain't giving this to anybody but a Necro, all right? I'm sorry. That's just how that works, okay? We're not coming in here. Radagast. Okay, that's a good one. Olmrune? Jesus Christ. You can tell this guy's got... I can tell you're friends with Molder, bro. He's shedding high runes like they don't mean nothing. This is... If you've got good melee friends, this is the life you live, man. This is the life you have agreed to be a part of. Alright? This werewolf, you chose a druid this ladder. I think you deserve an Olmrune. Like, druid... You chose a druid. So... Alright, Transporter, that's kind of a cool name. That's a cool name. Vex rune, definitely worthy of it. Let's see, Cryonesis already got one. GG. Alright, I'm gonna go to the next. We got some people just kind of gumming this up. Next game, Dono 4 Password X. By far the best D2 guy. Trash talker, all that great stuff we love. That's right, man, that's right. We don't... You always got to be ready to deliver the violence and talk the shit. In-game, anyway, okay? In-game. Alright, Zero, best name so far. Best name. Wait, is he a Necro too? Hold on, is Zero a Necro? Zero is a Necro. Wow, holy shit. Look at this, 1919 Necro Torch. And a sick name. Disco for the name of a sin? Oh, hell yeah. Ladder Vex runes for all, baby. Sprout, like a Deku Sprout. You guys just harping on this Zelda. Just harping on the Zelda names. Yep, slam it. All right, we've got one more. It's going to the best name. It's got to go... Someone who brings in the best name is getting it. Let's see who we've got. We've got Radagast. We've got Triptronics. We've got Horktua. I hate to say it. I don't like to admit this, but this is technically the most creative name. Although it's not even original, okay? It's not even...
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's not even... There's other... It was just the best in the game, all right? It was just the best in that game. Okay? Hey, big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Let's tip one back to the basketball man, dude. That was super cool of him to donate all those high runs. If you got one of those, make sure to tip one back on this Friday night to this guy. That is crazy. Thank you so much, man. That is super generous of you, brother. Wow. Wild. Let's get in here, man. The golden streets of the gambling night. Woo! Make sure to tread lightly, man. You don't want to trip on all this gold. Look at these 31k stacks of absolute pure gold. That's what we do. That's how we gamble. We got to get up in here and get the good stuff, man. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's make this work. Let's make it happen. Let's get some 230-20, 2 open socket gold items to match this absolute golden night. But we don't have any expectations, right? It would just be really nice to see. Would be really cool, right? But we don't need them. We don't need them. We'll accept anything. We are absolute D2 aficionados. We can accept a lot of magics, of golds. We have an appreciation for the fine dined delicacies of Diablo 2, okay? Much like the stuff that the basketball man just gave away. You know, the fine wine and dine delicacies of this great game. Yeah, it will eventually poof on the ground. Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks, Joby. It will eventually poof. But, I mean, there's essentially a limit per pixel. So, even though our friend Bill is cranking out gold at a pretty remarkable rate, if he could crank it out faster, which I'm not sure if it's possible, like, let's say you could just, you know, drop a ton of gold all at once, it would just it would progressively fill up more pixels. You know, and theoretically, here's my thought, is if you have enough people in a game, there's some juck fuckery you can do, because if you have multiple people doing something like this in a game, it's possible to plug up the entire game, every single pixel in town with gold. And then when you do that, if you create a town portal outside of town, it's possible that the portal either appears like way down here, or even outside of town. And in which case, I'm very curious to know what the game does when that happens. Theoretically, it's possible, and maybe someday, when we get a lot of people running loaders and stuff, you know, we get them all in one game, maybe we can figure that out. Maybe we can push the limits of this game, but that's theoretically possible. You can cover every single pixel in town, and when someone opens up a TP, the town portal cannot open in town. It has to open out of town. So I wonder what sort of feckery could happen with that. They'll report you to the authorities. You broke our game. By the way, Michael G, my dude, what? Thank you for the 1 Canadian coin, brother. Big cheers to you. Really appreciate that. And that's the first ever super chat on a live stream. That's nuts, man. You could... I'm honored that you sent it this way. That's so crazy. Big cheers, bro. We're sipping with fine delicacies here, man. We're kind of letting the gums soak it in. Just because you're drinking whiskey doesn't mean you gotta get sloppy. Doesn't mean you gotta get fucking crazy. You just get up in there, you take it slow. You let the gums absorb it. You drink classy, not assy. Don't be assy with how you drink. Be classy. Hey, that's not the point, man. That ain't the point at all. The point is, Michael G literally made a decision today. We saw this in real time. He made a decision. He says, you know what? I'm going to give my first ever super chat on a live stream. This guy, for the first time, went, clicked through, figured out how to do that, and did it, and sent it to this stream. Send it to me. And that means something, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter how much it is. Like, that's not the point. I think that was really cool. Super generous. And look, it honestly doesn't cost a lot to keep the candles burning in the bar, all right? It's like they just keep burning once you light them.
Nice guy. Have a good weekend time.
Hey, thank you so much. Basketball man, right back at you, man. Happy New Year. Thank you again. Really, really appreciate it. Huge.
311 never happened.
Holy shit. And Mike P did the same thing, man. First one ever right here on a live stream. That's so wild, dude. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. That means a lot. Being like part of that first experience with you guys, that's nuts, man. Means a ton. 311 never happened. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, man. There's a lot of stuff to consider. Big cheers, brother. Thanks a lot. And a powerful message to throw behind it. Yeah, that's nuts, man. I can't believe that. That's so crazy. Means a lot just to be a part of that first experience, dude. That's nuts. And another one. What? You guys are too kind. What? Holy shit. All right. Look, we gotta bring it in. We gotta bring it in real, man. Let's go to town. Let's go to town real quick.
Nice guy. Dabber and have a good weekend time.
All right, come on in, guys. This is the secret place for all of us, all the cool people. All right. Now, look, the first time donos ever on the stream. This is where we belong. We got some seats at the table here for you. We got the big game on the back screen right there. Come on and make yourselves at home. All right. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that, man. Same thing. First time ever. Go, dude. I'm honored to be a part of that for you, brother. That's nuts.
Tabernacle.
Tabarnak. 1JP Belly 1. My dude. This guy. French Canadian. Don't ask me how I know. That's wild, dude. Big cheers. Tabarnak, man. Big cheers to you.
Do you live stream full time? If not, what do you do?
Dude, I don't really know what I do. I consider myself retired, is what it is. I had a big boy job where I was a programmer / number cruncher, and then I just paid off all my bills, and I was like, well, this is life, right? Like, you just pay off all your bills, and then you kind of do whatever you want. So then I actually dove into the realm of like financial investing, and technically I guess I'm I'm an investor, but that's the big thing. Other than that, I make YouTube videos that are cool about Diablo 2 because it's what I love, man. But yeah, I do it a lot
streams,
though.
Bro.
But thank you so much for that, Tom Landry. Holy shit, man! Big 10 spot. Really appreciate it, dude. Korea time is now morning. That's so... You watched us late, man. Holy shit, you're up late. That's crazy. And Logan Risk with the 10 spot, man. Love your streams, bro. That's so sick. Come on in, grab a seat. Holy shit. We're gonna... Bros.
$1.25. Enjoy the maker. Hope you don't run new.
Bro, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. I see some first-timers. Nick B up in here, too. First time ever on a live stream. That's so nuts.
Been a huge Diablo 2 fan since 2001. Love your content.
Nick, that's so sick, man. Glad you're liking it. Thanks for sending the first ever live chat right to this guy, man. The super chat to me. I'm honored, man. Come on in. We've got a special seat for you guys. We're running out at the table, but honestly, I'd rather be on the couch. You can kind of lay down, check out the game, sip on some stuff. We've got some snacks kind of like right around the corner, but there's a lot of fucking mosquitoes out there and shit. We haven't got the nets set up yet. So just be careful stepping out there. You never know what's out in the jungle. That's the point of it, You gotta take it easy when you're out there. You gotta take the proper precautions. You never know. You gotta be ready for the violence every time. Big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Ready for the violence, man, as always. Yeah, we gotta crack some more of this stuff, dude. We gotta put out the proper cheers here. Thank you guys so much. That's crazy. I really appreciate that. I see so many of you guys coming in and donating to a live stream for the first time here on YouTube. I'm like honored to be a part of that, dude. Honored to be a part of that. I know that's a pretty unique experience, and I know Diablo 2 is a pretty unique experience for a lot of us. There's really not a game out there like it. I don't think there ever will be. There can only be games inspired by D2, and when you think about that, you truly understand how powerful it is, right? Like there can never be anything. They can only be inspired by. At that point, you've reached a good point in ARPG history. And so many people so quick to look past it. Yeah, the Flare Jungle. Yeah, it is in Act 3, Joby. It is. It's out there in Act 3. I don't really trust it. There's a lot of weird looking creatures out there. We used to have a cooler out there, but I haven't seen it. I haven't looked for a very long time. Every time we go there, I stay right in the tent. All right, right in the tent. Monsters don't come in there for whatever reason. They un-aggro at the border. Great, but I ain't stepping out there. I ain't trying to find out what's in that friggin' cooler. There's a lot of damage on this helm. This is a big shame that this doesn't have 20 cast. It's really a big shame. Because there's a lot of damage on that. Enhanced damage and 26 strength. That's so crazy.
Yo, Cooley, I sent you PM on Discord. Check what I just gambled.
Oh, shit. No way. What? Bro, and by the way, thank you so much for the dono. That's crazy.
I go to the hospital. Have a fun time, bro.
What? You go to the hospital? Bro, I hope you're okay. I hope you're alright, my dude. That's crazy. I'm a little confused, but I'm gonna big cheers to you. Big cheers to you, dude. I hope everything's all right. And thank you so much, dude. All right, Javito. All right, where is it? You PM'd me? On Discord? I'm looking, or did you tag me somewhere? Is it in the chat room? You just gambled something? DFC chat? I'm checking all the chats. I don't see anything. Is it in the trophy room? Checking my message requests. I don't see anything. Are you sure you got the right? Are you sure you got the right cools? You sure you got the right one? All right, hold on. I just got tagged. I just heard it. Oh, D2R. I didn't check that. I didn't check the D2R channel. What the fuck? Why would I do that? Oh, that's not it. D2 Duels. That's not it. Price check. Oh. Hold up. Negative. I don't see anything. Just sent it. Sorry. All right, hold up. I still don't see it. Oh wait, no, I do. I do now. Okay. Oh man. Oh man. Look at this. This is a sick helm that Javito just gambled. Holy shit. That is wild. It's even got a perfect roll on DR right there, on integer damage reduction for those pesky sins. Oh my god, that's good. Wow. Javito won. Javito won this event. That is crazy, man. Nice job. That's wild. Wow. GG, dude. Yeah, I'd scoop them up right there, dude. That's you probably not. You ain't gonna get better than that, but you do. You're on a pretty good seed. You're on a pretty damn good seed by the looks. I wouldn't. When you get done, I wouldn't just leave that game. I would shop it out to someone. Just let Sound know. Be like, yo, Sound, I got a good seed, bro. Yeah, that dude's been shopping for one. It's at least got the potential. That is sick, Javito. Nice job, dude. And the crazy thing about this, too, is that Javito is a legendary PvP Din player in the DFC. This guy basically he's got a few other characters he can play, but he mains the Din, man. He's got VT, he's got Hammer Din, just coming off a sick, nasty win in the DFC yesterday, which, by the way, Polytheist had to stream that because we lost power. But, dude, coming off of a sick win in a death match, those are always stressful for a Din, dude, because you feel like, oh, shit, I can't lose this. I can't be losing this. You know, but the odd, it suddenly feels fair, right? Even though you're going up against a Zan. Thank you so much. Basketball Man, another big cheers to you, man. See you again, brother. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. We were talking about this earlier, the seed and how it affects randomness. It's clearly the base of all randomness in the game, but we have a theory that it affects the propensity of certain abilities to spawn on items more often than not. So we were talking about this earlier too. We found in this game in particular a lot of magic helms that have +3 to skills and a very high roll on life. Right? It just there's a lot of other abilities that could pop out and stand out to us. None have besides that one. You know what I mean? And it seems to happen a lot on this seed. It's not to say it's the most godly, but it is to say that whatever calculation of RNG happens, it seems to be preferring those two mods. And we do know that RNG is very largely, if not entirely, based on the seed. Combined with other actions in the game. So yeah, it definitely affects the abilities that roll on items, and my theory is that it affects the propensity of certain abilities to roll on items. This is really a shame that this wasn't 20 cast, because holy shit, that is a sick little lightning res helm right there for a paladin. But yep, so if you're not finding good stuff, just go join another game. If you spend like 20 or 30 minutes in a game and you're not finding anything, go join another game. Just reset. If you're not finding anything close to the abilities that you're looking for, like nothing is even close, you're like, wow, I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but there has been nothing even remotely close to that, go join another game. Just remake. Try a different game seed. Yeah, nothing is truly random. It's really true, especially with regard to games. And I mean, nowadays, anything that's digital, there's nothing entirely random about it. But especially when it comes to games, there's always a programming formula that often involves like the math.floor.random or math.floor random that is responsible for calculating what randomness really is. And that function oftentimes uses its own things. If you design it from scratch, you get to tell it what those things are. And it appears as though whoever designed such math random function for Diablo 2 told it to reference the game seed, which is, I'm not sure if there's a finite number of those or if that's also random, or if there's, I think there's a finite number of them, but it's very, very large. So yeah, long story short, nothing is really random. It's, at least for the abilities on items, largely based on the seed. I believe we're on an acceptable seed for the abilities that we're looking for, mainly the mechanics mod being able to spawn and not being completely barred, or at a not being completely rare. It's a very rare ability to find on rare circlets anyway, or on any item in general. But we've seen it a few times in this seed, so it's good to know. It's good to know it's not like we're not on a seed that doesn't like to spawn the mechanics mod. It's at least not opposed to it. We've seen some 220 helms. Seen a lot of helms with +2 to skills. All things we're interested in. We want to see sockets, though, and we think this seed is good for that. By the way, there was another helm right there with +3 to skills and life. Again, just going back to the seed. Like, this seed seems to like to spawn those types of magic helms. Yeah, it always needs a seed. Yeah, exactly. Coder here. See, yeah, you know what it is. You speak the lingo. Frost Nova charges BM and LLD? No. No, you can definitely use them. I think that sort of creativity is encouraged, man. I think it's good to be creative in LLD and in PvP in general.
Let's see some GG gamble rolls and Alaskan size shot of Maker's Mark for you, boy.
Hell yeah, Squigs, an Alaskan size shot of Maker's Mark for you, brother. Big cheers. Thank you so much for the 5 spot, bro. That's huge. Big cheers to Squigs, the Alaskan hero, as he's called in the DFC. This guy from the great mother state of Alaska over there, well, all the way out west. This guy coming in on Necro and Sin. Speaking of classes that are absolutely savage, S-tier PvP builds, this guy coming in, tell you a little story about Squigs. This guy, starting up in the pub games, learns of the DFC, joins up, goes from 0 to hero real quick, man. Just starts climbing up the ranks. True talent in the form of D2 PvP. This guy's quick, he's good, learns fast. And certainly deserving of yet another cheers, my dude. Thank you so much again for the 5 spots, Squigs. Appreciate that, brother. I mean, yeah, maybe, but we have enough faster run walk. The way that faster run walk works in the game is it's not quite like MF with its diminishing returns. Works a little bit differently, but eventually stacking it all up doesn't really matter. We have hustle armor. We have a 20 faster run walk helm, just because it's all that we've gambled over time that we really care to stash on this mule. I do have a Harmony bow on the swap, and Harmony alone is actually going to increase your faster run walk so much that, like, as long as you have a decent amount of it, Harmony will increase it so much with the Vigor aura that you really won't notice subtle changes in anything else, just because Harmony is going to be such a big piece of that. Such a big piece of the speed increase. I feel like that whole slew of circlets right there was all so close to being something, but also all so far away. Is low-level duels more fun? Fun is subjective, right? Like, it depends on what you have fun dueling in. If you don't like... You know, if you like playing a paladin and you don't like teleporting and chasing people, then probably LLD might be your thing. But really, it just requires knowing what you enjoy in PvP. I have always loved LLD in PvP, but probably not for... like, I didn't start up with low-level dueling and be like, yeah, you know what, I have a really big appreciation for the dueling community, and that's how I want to get into dueling. You want to know how I started doing low-level dueling and how that was the initial low-level... that was the initial PvP that I fell in love with. You want to know how that started? I used to BM the shit out of pub games. So what I would do is I would build a level 27 charger, use Insight, use all of these little max damage charms that I noticed were less than level 30, and I was like, so I could make like a level 27 charger and go smash for like insane damage. I bet I could take out some high levels with it. I was right. I would smash high levels in pub games, piss them off, like, and then eventually I just found out that there was ways to legitimately do that with other people who are less than level 30. And then that's when you realize, holy shit, there's other very powerful builds out there. And this charger, although I can PK randomly level 90s, isn't actually good enough to PK everything out there in low-level dueling. Like, wow, this is very interesting to me. There's a whole bunch of other builds out there that are level 30 and that they can PvP. Like, it just opened up the door for me. But I always had that build that I loved, that I could go troll games with, that was also, you know, at the time, it was a very decent dueler in low-level dueling. So it was kind of the boogeyman. Yeah. But that was why I loved LLD, and it really all depends on your own personal experience, you know, like your own, what you appreciate, your own experiences with the game in and of itself. And some people get into PvP in HLD like that, you know, where they're like, all right, man, I've got this character, I've been smashing PVM with it, and then they get to level 99, or maybe they don't, they just get sick of leveling one day, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna step into this duel game here. I'm gonna go see what I can do. I'm gonna go piece up some players over here. And then they get smashed. And they're like, well, I thought this build is good. What's going on? I was smashing monsters. What's happening? And then they either like it, they learn, they want to know more, or they quit. But either way, a lot of times people want to do it more, and they want to learn more about that build that just beat them. You know, it's a similar experience to how I got into low-level dueling. Which, low-level dueling was my first real Diablo 2 dueling community, I think, back on LOD. It was the first time that I really got involved with something. This had to have been, I don't know, so many years ago. It was probably somewhere in like the 2010s, 2015s maybe. 2010s probably. It was like the early days of the internet. I was on this site, I believe it was called LLD 909, I think was the site. And it was just this like it wasn't self-reported, but it was like this weird online forum where you like report results of duels and all of this, and there was like a ladder of low-level duelers. And I just remember going back and forth with a barb named Stee and a necro named something else. I forget what his name was, but the reason I remember the barb is because he was the one I couldn't beat. Like, he was the guy, we used to keep rotating positions. We were in the top 3 of like this 50-person perpetual tournament. We were in the top 3. And if the necro was the champ, I would challenge the necro and beat him on a charger. If I was the champ, the barb would challenge me. Stee would challenge me and take the title. And then if Stee was the champion, the necro would challenge him and take the title. And it was just a perpetual rotation of like the top 3 champs. And it was the first time in D2 LOD I felt like I was part of like a bigger community. And I used to get so fired up when I would duel. Like I used to theory craft, okay, how would I beat this barb? I'm sorry, no, it wasn't the barb that I couldn't beat. It was the necro. It was the other way around. I couldn't beat the necro. I would beat the barb. I would have a chance at beating the barb, I should say. It wasn't like always in my favor. But necro, it felt so unbeatable for me. Now, in my current form in D2R, you'd better be a good necro and you'd better be a good barb, or I'll trash you in LLD. But back then, I was still learning, man. But I was still, like, you just get that rewarding experience. You feel like you're part of something. You feel like you're good at it. And then, you know, maybe I am. Here I am this day, even to this day, bringing these skills into DFC LLD. I was the reigning defending, longest title defending champion in LLD history in the DFC. Like, we did it, boys. We done got there. That's how it all started. No, MF doesn't work in gambling. Yeah, only character level is the only thing considered. Which we don't technically have the most ideal character level. We're only level 94, which actually does inhibit the amount of times these things will upgrade to a diadem. Oof, look at this, close call. I mean, it doesn't this is something worthy of pointing out. Notice remember how we said that this game seed has the potential to roll with the mechanics mod. It likes rolling with that, and it likes rolling with 220s on rares. Here we go, 220 mechanics mod. It only rolled one socket, but damn, that was close, man. We got everything we said that this seed does. Yeah. We've been doing this for a little while. We took a little break because the Throne of Destruction got terrorized and we're playing on non-ladder. There's very few opportunities to level up in groups like that, so we decided we'd take advantage of that, go up and enter the throne, do some leveling with our 97 Zan. We're getting close to 98, man, and if we want to be part of the gang, part of the Zan gang, we got to get to 99, right? And so that's what we did. It took a little bit of a break, but we've been jamming for practically since the start of the stream, man. Yeah, we've been jamming a while. Yeah, it definitely isn't D2, that's for sure. It's a good way to put it. It's a different game. I really love PoE. PoE 2 anyway. I wasn't a big fan of PoE 1. I found it very complicated and I gave up very quickly. But PoE 2, at least in the playthrough, I'm not a good source of information on it because I'm taking it at my own pace. But I'm in Act 2. Some people will probably laugh at that. But I'm in Act 2. I'm playing through as part of like a sort of a challenge, playing through without a build guide and seeing what naturally comes to me in the game, and like realizing the experience from someone that doesn't want to subscribe to the modern mindset of what many of us have of like, look up a build guide, go watch somebody else do it, copy that build. Like, how does the game actually look, and what does my end game build look like compared to somebody else who just, already had the game figured out? Like, how good did I do? At the end of it, it's sort of like the challenge I'm presenting to myself. I just want to jamble in your seed. Well, dude, it's pretty easy to get a seed that's even better than this. This is not like the best seed that I've ever seen. All you got to do is probably rifle through maybe 3 or 4 games. Just gamble in them for like 10 or 15 minutes. If you don't see any mechanics mods pop up, you're not seeing 20 casts spawn on helms, or you're not seeing +2 to skills spawn on the helms, just go to the next game. And the second that you spend 10 or 15 minutes in there and you see all of those abilities spawn, and the 2 skills is spawning quite a bit, the 20 cast isn't afraid to spawn, stay in that game. I've seen way better seeds than this. This seed is like rather mediocre, I would say. It's above average, but yeah, I think it's the best way to play the game. It's one of the ways of playing the game that I'm not able to do that with Diablo 2 anymore, right? And I think if I'm gonna play any other game, I don't want to feel like I'm playing Diablo 2. I don't want to go and follow a build guide right out the gate and be like, oh, okay, this is how this build works. Or I should say, I don't want it to feel like my Diablo 4 experience, where like I kind of played my own way for a little bit, got stuck, went looked up a build guide, and then I never really learned anything about the game. Everything I learned after that was because someone else had mentioned it and said, oh, okay, like this is probably the best way to do this. And, oh, okay, I didn't know that this was broken and worked like that. I guess we'll do that because apparently it's broken, right? Like, I don't want my experience to feel like that. I'm curious to see how my love and appreciation for the game will be if I don't do that. If I'm like, okay, if I get stuck, here's the thing. If I get stuck, if it comes to me looking up a build guide, I'll quit. I won't play PoE 2. If I can't beat the campaign without looking up a build guide, I'll quit. No cap. 100% will promise you that. It's like, if I get so frustrated, demoralized, discouraged by the campaign, the game is not for me. And I'm okay accepting that. Like, I'm not at a point in my life where I'm like, I have to play this new game. I have to play this new game, or else, wow, the internet's not gonna like me. I never gave a shit. It's like, I think the best thing you can do in this life is just do the things that you want to do and that you enjoy doing. For me, playing D2 and making D2 content is home. Like, I love it. It's still such an interesting, wild game to me. Full of surprises, continuing, perpetual fun. And it's like, I guess I don't subscribe to the same mentality that a lot of people do. Will that potentially affect how many subscribers I get or how popular my videos get? Probably, but like when you don't really care about that, it's like, you know, it's, you just want to do what you love and you want to do it well. I care about making really good content. That's like the one thing I focus on. It's like, whatever you make for content, make it extremely good. Like, put your all into it. That's it, man. Every time we put one of those out, it's like, make it good. Put a lot into it. It's not just like editing. It's like a lot of the work, thought, research, everything into it. Bring back God the Bounty Hunter. It's been a while. It's been a while since we heard that name. I'm not having a problem so far without a guide. I'm not an incredible gamer, but a D2 veteran, so you should be fine. Yeah, here's my experience with it so far, Elric. I'll get pissed at something, I'll get tilted and get killed by a boss, and I'll reach a wall where I'm like, my build isn't good enough. So I'll quit. I'll rage quit the game. This actually happened live on Twitch. I just rage quit the game. I went and played D2, and all the time that I was playing D2, I was thinking about, all right, what was wrong with my build? Why was I dying? Like, oh, okay, I guess I hadn't revisited my gear since level 2. Like, perhaps my resistances might have been low. This boss was doing this type of damage. So it was like, I think it was the frustration of, in the past, relying on a build guide and relying on someone else telling me how to do it, where I was just like, you're reaching a wall right now, because that's inherently what you and many other people usually do. Is instead of trying to figure it out, you're like, oh, let's just go research the internet and see what the answer is. But forcing myself not to do that, I would feel those very real frustrations and that very real dwelling of, like, you're still thinking about the game even though you rage quit a half hour ago. You know, and you're thinking, like, what can I do? That is a beautiful game, if you ask me. Like, so far we're off to a great start, is what I gotta say. No, usually 3 skills is what people look for with that. And usually they're sorceress skills, that or P&B. P&B I think might be used in NBN, but I'm not sure. Even then, I almost wonder if it's better to just go 320 to hit your breakpoints along, and then just throw like life or jewels or P rubies in there, if that's your goal. Yeah, hard is good, man. I don't want something to be like easy. I think I would like the game less if it didn't do that to me. If I was just like, yeah, man, I've just kind of coasted through. I'm kind of throwing skills in there and I'm getting the job done. You know, I think I would appreciate the game less if that was the case. Yeah, like, it's honestly one of the things that I hope Diablo 4 does for the next season is make the fucking game harder. Like, in a sense that, like, what is Diablo 4 right now? They've listened to too many people complaining about XYZ, and they've tried to address it, and eventually you're left with a game that is trying to make everyone happy and essentially makes no one happy. That's the state that I think Diablo 4 is in. Where, like, it's tried to make everybody happy and it doesn't have an identity. I do think it's a great game. It's hard. It's the Diablo feel that I know and love, but something's missing. And I think it's that challenge and that genuine love. Like, the genuine, like, you develop a sense of belonging to the game because of something you achieved that you don't feel like you should have. You know what I mean? It's like when we beat Diablo 2 for the first time. I'm not sure if you've heard of Isabel Uri on Twitch, but I watched a video of her actually beating Diablo 2 for the first time, and she got pretty emotional. And I was like, this is so powerful, man. Like, you go through and you work so hard at building up this character, learning these skills from scratch, learning about synergies, and you finally beat Baal on Hell. Like, how powerful is that? Like, you know, seeing that live, I'm like, this is so crazy, you know. But then it goes even further than that. It's like we were talking about with dueling, you know, where I feel like I honestly used to feel like I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be able to achieve. Most people couldn't do it. Being the champ of that little LLD 909 site for a little bit until the Barb challenged me or the Necro challenged me. I was like, wow, man. And then even trading, when you find something and you sell it for forum gold, or some people that really want to break TOS and try to sell things for actual money, like websites. I think even just realizing that there's the ability out there to do that, it transcends the game itself. You know, if you get what I'm trying to say. It's just larger than the game.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, 100%. And you want to know the funny thing, Nim? I had never played D3, and I no-lifed Diablo 4 for many seasons, right? No-lifed it. I didn't make a ton of content around it, but I was certainly well-versed in the game.
Good day.
And
I can't carry anymore.
I had never played Diablo 3. Then I tuned into Discord where Maddie and Joby were playing Diablo 3. And they were playing through on the new season. And you know what I start to see? I start to see things that look very much so. I start understanding them because I played D4. And I was like, no, really? I was like, so basically you just took this from D3. This game existed before. Like, I never understood this. I never played Diablo 3 and suddenly I understand it because I played Diablo 4. I was like, that tells me you took a lot from Diablo 3. And honestly, I called this way early. I think even in some of the videos that we did, I think they were scared. They were scared of the D2 audience. They wanted to get away. They wanted to essentially, all of the people that had something to say and complain about from the D2 audience, like, oh, pay to win, man. PvP, pay to win. PvP players, PKing, all of this stuff. Pay to win, pay to win. They focused so hard on making things like making it impossible to pay to win or whatnot, that in the initial stages of D4, they killed eternal interest in it. This is my official theory on a lot of things in life. Let people cry. Let them cry. Do what you know is right and let them cry. There's going to be little bitches out there that cry about everything. Let them cry. Right? So make a game where trading is free. There's no restrictions on trade. People are going to cry. They're going to say, this game is pay to win. And the streamers that I watch they're leveling up so quick and they're climbing up this little ladder that the community has created so fast because their community gives them stuff that they paid for. Let them cry. Let them bawl their little eyes out and cry. Because you know what? For every person like that, there's going to be 10 that are like, well, I could farm gear and sell it to those people. Well, you know what? I figured out a trading community, and I'm going to trade my way up the ladder here. I'm going to get some godly gear. You know what? Maybe I want to be a part of this streamers community. I'm going to find some stuff, trade for some stuff, and I'm going to champion this guy to the top. You know what? I think I can beat this streamer. I've got a few good friends. We're all really good at trading, magic finding, breaking games. Let's see if we can beat these guys. For every little bitch you have that cries pay to win, you have 10 more that are fired up about it. Let them cry. And you can extend that to like so many things. You can extend it to the power level, the difficulty of the game. For every person that you have that cries This game is so hard, and this game needs to be easier because I died to this first boss. You have 10 more who are like, wow, I need to get good. This game is crazy. I surely assume that this wasn't a mistake that they made this level so hard. Perhaps I should get good. Let them cry. It's the whiniest voices that always so high-pitched stand out above everything else. Let them cry, let them whine, and ignore them. Like, and that's how they should have gone with Diablo 4. Is like, you should have just... I'm not saying go all Diablo Immortal and make it so that you can, you know, you have to pay to get a specific game currency or whatnot. All I'm saying is stop pandering to the people that are ruining games because they're babies. Like, well, this is pay to win. And like all the... Anybody you've ever heard express any, like... I'm talking genuine hate and discontent for something like JSP is probably one of those people. Like, they think that JSP is just, screw that. Like, without this ruined the game. But they don't really understand that if it wasn't JSP, it would have been something else. And if you could shut down JSP tomorrow, and guess what you'd also still have? You'd still have websites that sell items. You would still have other sites that allow you to trade items for different things, be it IRL, money, crypto, whatever. Because there's free trade in the game. So what you're saying is, you really hate free trade. You don't hate JSP, you hate free trade. And for some reason, that's a slight to you. Let them cry. Free trade is sick. Well, put it this way. I think I did a video way back when too about this. JSP, and now we have evidence. If I were to do another video about this, it would be even more right and piss even more people off. JSP does not ruin the economy. It makes it better. Bots ruin the economy. JSP is just a venue that they use to sell their stuff. Those same bots are also selling on item websites. They're also sniping trades on everything from tradery to, you know, anything else that could exist out there. It's the bots that are ruining it. JSP is just where you see the bots. So you're like, JSP is the bad place. No, it's the bots. Like, as it is in just about any other game that you see. It's the bots that are ruining it. JSP just happens to be one of the platforms that a lot of people use to trade. If it wasn't JSP, people would use another forum to trade, and then that forum would be blamed for ruining the economy. It's like, no, bots are ruining it. And here's the evidence for it. When D2R was relaunched, like when it was remade, and there were no bots, the economy was healthy for months. It would bounce back and forth, up and down with the price of high runes, bear runes, jaw runes. They would be 2,000 forum gold this week, 2,500 the next week, 3,000 the week after, like, and then 1,500, 1K, like 2K. It was just like, it was weird, but it followed this pattern of supply and demand that you might expect in a regular market, no matter what we're talking about. Like, it followed that, a sort of predictable pattern. When bots are added to the equation, prices just hit the floor quick. And that's to be expected with bot. A very huge increase in demand. Well, where do you think that comes from? The only way to get high runes early on is to just farm them with massive amounts of bots that people can't keep up with. Yeah. And the economy like that Rockin' Game was solid for months after D2R was launched. Months! Like, you would be paying hundreds, maybe thousands for a bear rune. And it was like, JSP was where people were trading this shit. This is so close to being good. Anybody who saw us do this the first time might know why. But unfortunately, we are Diablo 2 elitists. This is not perfect defense. We already own a 30-30. Unfortunately, this is trash now. It's unfortunate. Oh shit, I just saw that comment, Will. I'm sorry. I should have thrown it on the ground. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. This is so close to being good. It just needs something. God damn. 2 sockets, faster run walk, something. God, this Zan helm. Trio, man. No, never heard. Never heard of such a band. It's really hard though too. Like, I kind of empathize slightly with Blizzard on this. I think they catch a lot of hate for not banning bots. Like, Blizzard is not like some private small company, but people act like it should be. So when you release a game like Diablo 2 and, you know, you want to catch botters, there might be an automated way to do it. I don't know these things, right? But all I know is that there are teams of people, and if you don't believe this, you can go look at World of Warcraft. You know, a game where they actively try to stop bots, and they can't. They still can't do it. It's way harder than people think, because you've got motivated people making money off from the free trade economy that are monetarily motivated to keep those bots up. So it isn't as simple as like pressing a button or just going and watching and playing the game and looking for bots and blasting them. It's really hard, man. Like, it's really hard to ban the bots. And now you're talking about banning bots in a game that doesn't have a subscription service and isn't perpetually generating revenue for the company. Hard to justify that in a company that's, you know, owned by Microsoft, a publicly traded entity, isn't it? Like, it's kind of hard to justify that. So I sort of empathize to some degree. Like, while I do think the game would be better if bots would be brought under control, it's hard to sit back and to just be like, damn you, Blizz, this is all your fault. I sort of understand. If it was easy, they would do it. Yeah, band farmers just buy more licenses. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what with what's going on in WoW, but people will run multiple versions of a bot, like 10 to 12, 14 different versions of a bot with all different types of code in them, you know, especially with the questionable pieces of code. And if one of them gets banned, they realize what piece of the code it's telling them things about the programmers on the other side and what they're looking for and how they discovered them. So then they'll change that piece of the code. They'll completely go with another version, stop running that piece of code or that function of the bot. And their other 10 to 12, 14 different versions of the bot are still running and never got caught. So it's like, people think it's so easy, and ignorance truly is bliss. But it is very difficult. You're talking about motivated people, monetarily motivated people. Yeah, it's like, it's not easy, dude. So that's why I'm not like a Blizzard empathizer, Blizzard sympathizer. But you gotta give credit where credit's due, and you gotta just call it like you see it. You can't just hate all the time. Like, you gotta be like, yeah, that's fair. I wish there wasn't bots as well, but I get why it's hard. Because you know why it's hard? Because your game is really good, and there's a market that's based around it. And props to you for creating a good game that people want to, you know, that people are incentivized to build a market around. Props to you for that. I hope you solve it. If I figure out a way to help you, I will. But I get why it's so hard. It's true. Who has a Blizzard sympathizer on their bingo card? Check your Discord PM again. All right, sorry, just seeing that. Hold up. Did you rip another one on the seed? Oh, if you want to take the game? Oh, I see. I think this one is fine, man. This is the mod game right here, but also I keep seeing the mechanics mod on this, so I'm perfectly fine with this. We keep getting artisans, jewelers, mechanics. We're looking okay, man. I appreciate that. I'll share this with the team though. See if anybody wants to take it. Sorry I'm a little late on seeing that message, bro. I'm going to share this with mod team. Appreciate you sharing that, dude. We're getting there, man. We're slowly plugging away. We have very high standards for items. So, as I said at the top of the stream, it's very rare that we're going to find anything godly. Our standards are just too high. We've already canned better shit than most people have kept. But, we like to look. It's like window shopping. We have found a 3-socket diadem with 20 cast, which I think is a pretty cool find, especially whereas it's a diadem. Like, really cool, because you can't up a magic item. Like, you can't upgrade it. So I think it was really cool that it rolled diadem. Certainly a little more valuable. I have a tiara, same stats? Hell yeah, dude. I think I actually have a couple of... It's not the first time I found a helm like that. Like, I think I have a couple of others. I don't think I have a diadem. We will not be dropping the tomes. The tomes are a safety barrier. So we don't dummy click our Geed's Charm and sell it. It's a hey dumbass barrier. Don't click over here. Stay away from this side of the inventory with your fast sell clicking that you can never undo in Gamble. Oh shit, what was that? See, this is what I mean, we click so fast. What the hell was that? That was a 220 helm. It probably wasn't great. What the hell was that, dude? Alright, hold up, I'm gonna pull up the replay here. What the hell was that? It happened so quick. It happened so quick, man. It was like the last one we saw. Oh, it was still so quick. It was like up for a few frames. What is this? Where? Show me. Oh man, that was actually pretty good. Shit. It wasn't bad. We just accidentally charsied that. I probably still would have charsied it, to be fair, but I would have liked to have charsied this of my own volition. Alright, but yeah, that's... I just caught 220 off the top and saw resistances. I was like, damn it. I shouldn't have been so trigger happy. And you see, this is why we have a safety barrier. This is why we don't get too carried away, all right? Like, we know enough not to trust ourselves to go too far over to that side of the inventory. Yeah, I probably still would have charsied it, but it jumped to me. It like startled me. I was like, God damn. I saw 220. Yeah, I would say that's a keeper, dude. 222 open socket. That's the dream, dude. That's what we go for. That's essentially the keepers. Like if we find a 222 open socket, that's 2 sin. Now, Unfortunately, it is Sin, and a lot of Sins need 102 cast, which requires Griffins. But Ghost Sins can potentially use it, especially if it doesn't have Viso on it, but that's the very niche case.
I am overburdened.
It's still 222 open socket. I kept a very basic 222 open socket Sin circlet last time we did this. It's very, very basic. I think it was on ladder. Nothing to write home about, but it's a 222 open socket. It's definitely a keeper. All right, let's do this, man. Final round. This final round will last a while though, because gold is cheap. It's easy to come by. Final round. We'll give this a few stabs. One Mogian for old time's sake. It's the reduced vendor prices day for the 22 Nights of Terror, so you get a discount, and you can essentially crank out infinite gold. We talked about it at the beginning part of stream. I forgot to like timestamp it, but here's the general gist of it. It almost doesn't matter what item, but shop an item from a vendor or even gamble one. Amulets are the easiest, but find an amulet that's not worth over 35k, but is worth close to 35k. Or I should say, find an amulet that's not worth 35k or more in-game gold, but is very close to it. Once you get that, you can just perpetually sell it and buy it back from the vendor in trade, not in gamble, but in trade, and just generate infinite money. It's not bad. 230-20s are cool to see. You almost always want to see 2 open sockets on like just about anything you find, and if it doesn't have 2 sockets, it'd better have 5 or 6 abilities that are nasty. 230-20 is a really good start though, so yeah, I mean, if it was me, I would probably set it aside, keep it. It's one of those ones where might fetch you a small high rune or something, but the big ones, if you get, like, the dream is 230-22 open socket. You get that, it's good night, dude. Wrap it up. Even basic ones of those, pretty valuable. You know, of course, depending on the class, but... Grinding Battle Hammer can be bought from vendors at A4 Nightmare on a level 78 char. Will sell to vendor for 35k, buyback for 15. There you go, 20 stacks right there. What is a Ghost Sin for PvP? Yeah, it's a PvP build, and the difference between like a Ghost Sin and say a Trap Sin is they're both dual claw, but the Ghost Sin is trying to do basically all of her damage with Whirlwind. Like, she doesn't really care about trap damage, she doesn't focus on it, doesn't really put many skills into them. And instead focuses on, like, Venom and Claw Mastery. She's trying to deal damage with Whirlwind with the Chaos Rune Word. That's what a Ghost Sin is. So it's almost like a female barbarian, basically. Trying to deal all her damage with Whirlwind. Sometimes they put points into Lightning Sentry or have it on their claws for, you know, just because they have nice claws with Lightning Sentry on them. But it's all for stun. It's because any trap damage will stun once you have the swirlies from Mind Blast. So even some of them use Wake of Fire for more stun. Like, you know, you get the swirls on them with Mind Blast, you get them stunned with literally any damage. And the AoE on Wake of Fire is huge. So sometimes they use traps, but it's rarely ever for damage. And if it is, they're probably a hybrid Sin. Pure Ghost is just straight whirls, dude. Yeah, it is really fun. Super fun build in PvP. Certainly not S tier, I wouldn't say for most people, but really fun to play, that's for sure. Yeah, that's a really good one. See, if you're not going to have 2 sockets, hey-ho, those are the abilities you want. Remember how we said five or 6 really good abilities if you don't have 2 sockets? Well, you just nailed 5 of them right there. Those are big ones that you would want. That's a really good helm. Faster run walk, enhanced damage. Enhanced damage is another one that I absolutely love seeing on helms. So good. Very, very underrated. I mean, granted, it's always like the B tier ability where it's not going to make or break the helm. Like, it's not going to be the main thing you go after. But, for example, Fax actually has a beautiful LLD helm. He got his hands on this thing, and he put it on his Barbarian. But it's 30%. It doesn't have any skills on it, and that confuses most people, but it's so valuable. It's so good. This is what it is. 30 faster run walk, 20 cast, 2 sockets, 30% enhanced damage. I think it has some other ability on there too, maybe. But point is, the breakpoint abilities of that helm with 2 sockets combined with enhanced damage, you don't need the skills. Yeah, it's level 30 too. You might have been able to pick it up. Fax is a notorious, really, really good LLD player. And so when you're dueling at the low levels, that's an incredible helm. I would love it on my charger. I would use it all day on my charger. My level 30 charger would, he'd find some 24 maxers for that. Yeah, we ain't messing around, man. We didn't come here to mess around. We came here to... Well, I guess we kind of did come here. Let's be real. We kind of came here to mess around. Alright. But the point is, we've had a lot of fun doing it, which is really cool. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Messing around, having some fun. We didn't really come in with high expectations to find the godlies. But every once in a while, you know, once or twice, maybe sometimes 3 times a year, you'll get the chance to do it without having to wait for Bill to build up the gold with your own infinite gold trick. It's just infinite, dude. You'll be able to share with the crew, share with the world. So that's what we did on this stream. Oh, what a shame this helm is. What a damn shame this helm is. Oh, man. This is a perfect MF helm with, like, Artisan's mod for 3 sockets, but it spawned on a coronet and can't get 3 sockets. The coronet is what's stopping this from having 3 sockets. Oh, what a damn shame. Oh, did that really happen, Matt? Oh, shit, yeah. That's... Wait, in... Oh, my God, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. That used to happen, believe it or not, in... that used to happen... What is this? I was going to say, hopefully I didn't just swap that out for my main helm. That used to happen in LOD a lot. There used to be this thing called TPPK, Town Portal Player Kill, where it might have looked like they opened up a TP and hit you, but really what it was is they opened up a TP, went back to town so quick and hostiled you out of your party that the projectiles they launched literally frames ago, like half a second ago, now they're in town, hostile to you, and those projectiles are going to damage you. That used to be a thing, dude. If you did it quick enough, a lot of people did it with a third-party program, so they would click a button, and this bot would take over, essentially, that would immediately go back to town, hostile the target player. Like, it would launch a projectile, go back to town, hostile the player, like, within a half a second, not even. And that launched projectile is now hostile. It used to be like a little glitch in Diablo 2. Those were the days of hardcore. Holy shit. Like, you always had to watch your positioning, who was in your party. It didn't matter if they were hostile or not. Like, your ass was always on the line, man. Like, you had to be aware. I remember the first time still that I got TPPK'd. I can tell you right where it was. It was right out in the Plains of Despair. Poetic, really, when you think about it. And I was like, wait, how did I just die? I was just a little stupid kid. I was like, how did I just die? I thought you were on my team. Bring back TPPK. Yeah, NATOs were deadly. NATOs worked. Hammers didn't work. Well, they did in the initial patch, but they patched it early, but it didn't patch everything. So the TPPK that I'm referring to is in the patch that didn't quite patch everything. There were certain skills that worked. Fire Bolt would work. Fireball didn't work, but Fire Bolt would. Ice Blast worked. Blizzard didn't. Meteor didn't. Hammers didn't, but NATOs did. Arrows did. Guided Arrow, Multi-Shot, all of those would work. They just figured that the projectiles were so fast that they didn't need to patch them, and then they forgot that people will probably write scripts for third-party programs that go to town very quickly. They didn't think of that. They didn't think of that one. Yeah, it was nuts. I got TPPK'd by a Jav Barbo once in hardcore as a kid. Holy shit. That's kind of wild. Now, there's a different form of TPPKing where you enter a TP and that TP is actually just outside of town. And once you enter the TP, someone is sitting there and waiting to get in there and see you come through the TP, hostile you, step out of town and kill you. Especially in D2R while you're in a loading zone. Bro, look at this seed. I'm telling you, man. 2 to skills, 2 sockets. God, this seed is good. I mean, this isn't a great helm, but this seed is good. After TPPK came Farcast, they existed at the same time. There was Farcasts that was around for a while. But you could do that even with TPPK. You could Farcast with TPPK programs. Like, it was crazy. God, this seed is so good, man. Yeah, Farcast CS was deadly. As soon as you load onto a Zon's map, you're dead. You don't even have to be on their screen. If you load on their map, you're dead. They can target you. Boom. Dead. If you're on their mini-map, you're dead. I mean, of course you could sorb it, like you could with any Zan, right? Like, you could overstack your lightning absorb and you would survive it, but most people were just surprised by it and immediately killed. But Farcasting was probably most broken on the Zon. Most other classes, they could use it, but it honestly wasn't that much more useful than say CT casting is these days. Obviously it was more useful because those programs would auto aim, but Redvex, yeah, that's what it was, dude. Redvex was the TPPK program. It was initially a TPPK program, also used for Farcasting. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, you could do that with a certain command. You could tell your paladin to kick as though it was like kicking a jar open or something. There was a command that some of those programs could use. And theoretically, if you were close enough, it could damage players. So if you could send the command, it was used through packet manipulation, essentially, which is the same way that they used to skip Ancients when they patched that. You would just stand by the door, and you could skip Ancients by sending a packet to the server that says, enter this Ancient's door. The server wouldn't know. It wouldn't know that you hadn't completed the quest. Just be like, oh, okay, I accept. You're close to the door, here you go. You know, some wild and crazy shit you could do with programs back then. Wild and crazy shit, man. The Chalice completes the look, loving it. Oh yeah, man, we don't... We don't go small around here, man. You got to do it. You got to do it right. You got to jam, slam, Alabama. Be ready to deliver the digital violence and do it in style. Yeah, yep. You remember that too. Yeah, it would blink their screens. Yeah, it would blink their screens. It was called screen flashing, or I forget the exact technical term of it, but you would blink them. They couldn't target you. You know how back in the day when you would, if you were lagging, what would happen in D2 is your screen would kind of blink for a second and you would resync with the server. Like, so you'd be like outside the throne room, you're teleporting, you're lagging a little bit, and then it kind of just like blinks and it isn't like a rubber band feeling, it's different. It's like a blink. It's like it actually fades and comes back really quick. Well, they could force that and make your character refresh on like every frame and resync on every frame. So it was miserable. You'd come onto the character's screen or their mini map and your screen would just start resyncing and blinking. Resync blinking. It was, you just had to exit. You're just like, okay, well, it's not much I can really do about this. Yeah, flashing. Yeah, it's like a mini fade that happens like within maybe half a second. But it's not quite like a snap, like a rubber band. Like if you're charge desynced in PvP, it snaps you. It just like, there's no blink, it just snaps you to the location. Snap, 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 snap. Like, it doesn't do that. It actually fades the screen a little bit and then just unfades it. It does it very quick, and it was like, I'm sure that program was responsible for inducing some seizures on people. That program literally probably got people hurt. It was bad. Like, that was an ancient D2 thing. Damn, son. Close. You know what's regrettable about it is without these damn attract charges, it's actually would be LLD. That's all it just needs to do is lose the attract charge. I wish they would do away with that. Who even uses that? Like, just get rid of that ability. Why can that even spawn on rares? On anything in general? Yeah, it would have been level 30. But you know what? That attract skill is so overpowered. We need to set that level requirement to 60. They just need to can that. That's such a wasted ability. Redeemed show gear 200. Well, this is just a mule. All we do is just run around town and gamble with this guy. So she's got burst of speed, vigor, little helm that we passively gambled here. 2 sin, faster run walk on the Ami, hustle, like Mavs, all of this stuff, just so that we can run fast. She's a town girl. She stays in town. Level 94. She's a town baby. Oh, the best loot so far? Literally a 3 open socket, 20 cast helm. We've had some close calls, but I mean, that's it. We kind of knew it would be that way. We're very picky. We actually trashed a really good LLD helm, and it felt bad because right as I trashed it, somebody wanted it in chat, and I felt like Will wanted it. And I was like, oh, shit. But it was 30 faster run walk, 29 enhanced damage LLD helm. Could have Lars hooked it for 2 sockets, but we trashed it. These Diablo elitists over here. Not sure what it pulls for forum gold on non-ladder. Again, the best way to price check something is if you have it, try to sell it or try to buy it. Both things will give you valuable information about what it's worth. Trying to buy it, you'll see what your competitors are charging for it, or you'll see if it's even out there, if anybody has it. If you're trying to sell it, you'll see what people are actually willing to pay. And as long as you're patient and don't care about when it sells, or maybe you have a price in mind, either way, it's the best way to price check something. Try to sell it. Level 27, 1 druid, 20 cast, trash. That almost could even have 2 sockets, and I'd almost still say it's trash. The 1 druid almost, it's just needs to be LE skills. Even then, you're kind of at a disadvantage because there's 5 NATO pelts out there. Starting directly in Nightmare? How would you even start directly in Nightmare? You'd have to hero edit. That just sounds... I would just go back to normal and farm. Could G-rush yourself to Nightmare. Then just start at level 1. I mean, obviously you're not really going to beat it if you're starting at level 1 in Nightmare. You need a whole bunch of fuckery. You need to do it online and, like, do the infinite gold trick, gamble stuff. Even then, it's still going to be tough leveling because level 1 won't level very well off the easy monsters in Nightmare. You'll get no experience. It'd take 20 years to do it. You'd almost be better starting in Hell. Like, you'd almost be better off level 1 starting in Hell. What does it mean? It's a glitch rush is what it stands for. And it refers to basically glitch questing. The Bale quest, essentially. Like, you have another lower level character that needs, or you have an appropriately leveled character that needs the Bale quest, and then you have a lower leveled character that can't get the Bale quest because they're not a high enough level. But there's like a override function in the game, whereas if somebody in your party also needs the quest and they get it, you also get the quest. So your little level 1 that's just sitting there in town that can't do the ancients yet can get the Bale quest because somebody else in the party got it.
I am overburdened.
So then it advances your level 1 to Nightmare, to Hell, and there you go. Looking prime, dude. But yeah, the helm that we did find was a diadem. We did get that. I guess we got this too. And this. I guess we got a couple of helms. We got a shape-shifting, perfect IDR helm for those melee peeps that want to compete with Green Lungs. We got a perfect Rep Life 3-socket helm, and we got this helm. Not really bad, dude. Not bad for checking, just for looking, you know, figuring it out, seeing what's going on. Man, what a crazy day it's been, boys. Thanks for joining me here on the main channel. I really appreciate you, man. Let's go back to town real quick. Oh, here we are. Oh. The riches of the throne. Yeah, we've kind of spent all the gold on the table anyway, but don't worry, there's plenty more to be made. All right? It's just how it is. Guys, wow, what a hell of a time. Again, thanks for joining me. Wow, it's getting to be about that time, ain't it? Whew. Man, we got to get the fook up out of here. Huh? Jesus. It's getting wild. Let's go out of here in style, shall we? Don't worry, we'll be back on Twitch if you tune in over there. Just, you know, make sure you subscribe. Gamble your little hearts away today, fellas. Don't forget, the gold is free. Hey man, it means a lot to do this, to put this content out here for you guys. It was really cool to do a random stream on the main channel today. Really appreciate you guys jamming with me. What's up, Mr. Lama? Let's go. You ready right now? I'm gone, guys. See you later. He's here. I gotta go.